Devontae Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roll.
I got that same Beanie B. That Mitchell and S. Now give it to me. Come on. Boy, you're a hot mess this morning.
I have like a shortage of my cord. I couldn't hear anything for a second as I say, oh, baby. Let's go. It's a Wednesday. Good morning. I'll do this for you, 707 Xfinity Mobile Text Line right off the rip.
I do this.
Good morning to all the correctional staff at San Quentin State Prison.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Place I do not want to find myself.
I don't want to get there. However, I love what they do for the basketball team and stuff like that. To go to State Warriors, go up there and play a game every single season.
Absolutely.
So shout out to the correctional officers, correctional staff at San Quentin State Prison. Thanks for listening. Love to know that we're getting listened to behind bars, behind the walls. So shout out to San Quentin. Shout out to all the graveyard shift workers. Shout out to all the truck drivers, recology, garbage men, janitors, custodians, strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, mamas, daddies, Spadoni, Lubman, Shasky, and Bonte. Oh, this is going to be a fun show. This is going to be a good one, folks. Well, I feel like we always have a good one, but we got John Lynch coming up at 8 o'clock. We got Mike Bassick, who gave up Barry Bonds' record-breaking home run. Now he does radio in Dallas. He'll break down the Dallas Cowboys. We got Willie Sandretto coming on the roast at 6:30. She was just at the White House.
Oh, wow.
Willie Sandretto coming up in the world, our digital manager, and she covers every single Warriors game.
Nice.
Of course, at Chase Center. I'm happy for her. And it's a jam-packed show, a jam-packed day at 95.7 The Game because Bob Myers, 1 o'clock with Steiny and Goo.
Wow.
And you got David Bruce. It's not 1, 2, but 3 guests. Justin Smith, the Cowboy, 3:30. Steve Kerr at 4 o'clock.
When's the big open?
And Michael Irvin at 5 o'clock. And, of course, the big open at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Let's go. Shout out to Fremont Republic Services. Shout you out. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Xfinity Mobile Text Line.
We have a change.
Uh-oh.
Myers has moved to 2:30.
Oh, Myers moving to 2:30. Towards the end of the show.
He likes to do his killing after lunch.
Back to the Future
He's on his
3.
media tour right now, Bob Myers.
Dude, he was on SVP last night, and I flipped on, and I was listening to him, and SVP dropped a swear word. They did the bleep out, yeah.
Really? What did he drop?
It felt more like Johnny Carson-ish, if you will, as I go old school. You know what I mean? Like late night, kind of like a feel to it. They were just kind of riffing and goofing around. Bob's just so good. If Bob wanted to be on one of those major networks every single day,
He could.
He would have had that job like
He could.
5 minutes ago.
Do you know Steve Urkel with the UCLA with him?
No.
So when he came by ABC Sports Bay Area, Jaleel White.
Jaleel
White. When he came by, and I fanboyed out because I was like, oh my God, that's Steve Urkel, Family Matters. He looks the same. It's like, oh, I went to school with Bob. We got connected to Steve Kerr.
Really?
He dropped the Lute Olson.
Oh.
I was like,
what's his wife's
damn.
name? Because he's in the court named after both of them. Lute and Mary or something.
Lute and Bobby.
Lute and Bobby.
Lute and Bobby Court. Yeah, Lute and Bobby Court. I miss Lute Olson, man. Rest in peace. Those great Arizona Wildcat teams.
Cheating
so
like
good.
crazy.
Hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's good to see that the prisoners do listen, though, and the correctional staff. That makes me happy.
Well, now I got to go corrupt. Behind the wall. And one of my favorite guys.
Behind the wall.
The Oz.
And Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg was on the hook.
Yes. I might need to hear that song. Might need to hear that song.
Oh, man. So
I'm wearing my Good Luck Bill Walsh shirt.
I see that Bill Walsh. Thanks for the memories,
You like
Bill
this
Walsh.
one?
Yeah, I do like that.
Let me show
Shout
you
out
the
to
back.
Bill Walsh. Let me see the back. The genius. Born in Los Angeles, graduates from Hayward High, graduate with a bachelor's degree, part-time assistant at San Jose State, coach at Washington Union High at Fremont, gets a master's degree at San Jose State, defense coordinator at Cal, defensive backfield coach at Stanford, running back coach at Oakland for the Raiders, San Jose approaches semi-pro coach, different coaching positions at Cincinnati, San Diego offensive coordinator, and then head coach at Stanford, and then later on with the San Francisco 49ers. And, of course, Al Davis had the line. He was like, I didn't think he could be tough enough to be a head coach.
And what did Bill say back to him? I was the Golden Gloves boxer. Of course I was tough enough.
Of course I was tough. And he loved this boxing.
I only bust this out for big weeks, big days. And this is a once-a-year shirt for me. I got this I have this container of what I call throwback shirts, right, that I got at Candlestick.
I like that.
And this is one of them. And this has got to be close to 20 years old.
I like that.
Yeah, so I love this shirt, and I think it's appropriate since the genius helped end Tom Landry. You got to wear it this week.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Hey, man, shout out to everybody on Twitch, YouTube, the Xfinity Mobile text line. It's Cowboys week. We set the tone yesterday, I felt like. We set the tone for the week. No guru drops. And, I talked to Guru yesterday. He knows all love. But there's no guru drops on this show. Like when the Warriors played, or no, when the Giants played the Dodgers, we did no L.A. music during the entire series.
That's right.
So no guru drops because we got no love for Texas this week. And they're chirping a little bit. I see Micah Parsons on Twitter.
He's always
He had
on
a
Twitter.
big game. He's chirping. He wants to go out there and show out.
Put the phone
against
down,
Nick
Mike.
Post. Hey, that's what they do. That's what they do with the Cowboys. They feel good about coming out west and coming to Levi Stadium and kicking the Niners' ass. They want revenge for last year when the Niners were up 23-7 when they really should have been up 38-7. But we'll get into that.
Well, you know that I am not going to eat one brand of food this week. Chunky.
Why is that?
Because Dak was one of the promotional people.
Yeah. By the
I still
way,
think of Donovan
I do
McNabb
too.
and his mom.
Yeah.
I think a lot
I
about
agree.
McNabb. Yeah, Chucky Soup. Dak, they don't even show those commercials that much.
Well, because he sucks.
Not a good actor, huh?
I mean, come
Donovan McNabb had the acting skills down. And Mama McNabb was good.
And it was believable that Donovan, because he's a little chunky, that he was actually eating the chunky.
Hey, yeah, he was eating the Chucky. Donovan McNabb, by the way, was borderline Hall of Famer. We don't remember him as this
So
elite
underrated.
quarterback. So underrated. He was a fantasy football god back
Him
in
and
those
Brian
days.
Westbrook.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. That whole they were so
James
sick.
Todd Pinkston? Come on.
Todd
I
Pinkston.
was going to go with Thrash.
James Thrash, Todd
Yeah.
Pinkston, and Chad Lewis in the middle
you,
playing tight
Chad
end.
Lewis.
Look, KT, Morning Gross, you guys got any bets going on with the Dallas radio shows?
No, we do not.
No, we do not. We're thinking about that. We're thinking about having them on for a little crossover. We'll discuss that in our show meeting later today. Yes, we have a show meeting on a Wednesday, which will make our emotional changeover shorter today because we don't want to get all emotional on Mark Willard. Oh, we were listening yesterday. We got some smoke for that ass. We'll be running to our cell phones after the changeover. Did you see that changeover? Did you see that, Sasky? So how you feeling today on a Wednesday, Shasky? I mean, we got John Lynch coming on, and I guess we could start there before we get to what Whitley said, Journal, because he's the guy that we all pointed to and said, if there's anybody that's going to go, he's going to be the first to go.
Why?
What does he do? Is he the puppet? Is he the guy who calls the shots? Is he working under Shanahan? What does he really do? And you look at some of the trades that happened, that transpired. D4 trade, he got a lot of flack for that. Got a lot of flack for the Solomon Thomas draft. Got a lot of flack for Reuben Foster, moving back into the first round for Reuben Foster. Of course, the DeForest Buckner trade that happened, giving Quan Alexander money. But they've made a lot of good moves. And now we sit here with the Niners hosting a divisional round game against the Dallas Cowboys. And you look at the way this roster has been built, and you look at the money moving forward, and you look at the premium players that they have. John Lynch, quietly, Executive of the Year candidate. I'm not sure if he's going to win it, but he swung the big deal for Christian McCaffrey alongside Kyle Shanahan. Hell, he helped swing the deal for Jimmy Garoppolo, saying, hey, there's a quarterback, Kyle. Maybe we can turn this thing around sooner rather than later. John Lynch said it brick by brick by brick by brick, and I'm just happy he hasn't gone to TV yet.
Well, so this is an interesting thing. So, like Spadoni and I were talking about it at the break, and I want people to listen to what I'm saying here. So don't jump the gun, all right? So just listen to what I'm saying.
He's basically
here.
talking to me, guys.
Let's move the quarterback to the side for just a second, because I know that we think that the quarterbacks make or break every single play, and I understand that. I have watched, and I know you have too, Monte, 2 and 3 times every single game of the Kyle Shanahan era, where I watch it back. Now, am I Baldy? Am I Greg Cosell? No. Am I JT O'Sullivan doing the quarterback school on YouTube where I'm breaking down every single play? No. I'm just telling you what me, Joe the fan. Now, when I'm in my seats, I can tell that guy's open, that guy's open, whatever.
But you don't know who the primary receiver is. We all don't.
I don't know the blocking assignments. I don't know what the quarterback's being told in practice. If you see this, you throw here. All I'm going off of what I'm watching, my layman's eye. And this is what I would say. This is the best way to describe it. And I think this is a testament to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and the roster they've built. This last month and a half, 2 months, I feel like Kyle Shanahan has built a roster that is so good and so balanced, he can call just about anything in his repertoire, and a guy or 2 or 3 will be wide the hell open. Now, does that mean they're going to execute and actually hit that play, or a guy's going to catch it or whatever? Like, I mean, look at the other day. He drew it up. They stuffed it. Brock rolls out, tries to make a play, throws a dime to Ayuk. He drops the ball.
Right.
I mean, two things happened in that play.
Right.
The defense actually stopped the original play. Brock made another play, threw a dime through a zillion hands, and now you just dropped the ball. Those things happen. But I'm seeing more than ever over the last 2 months, Kyle Shanahan, because of the roster him and Lynch have put together, there is so much talent on the field. Right. Defenses don't know who to guard, and it feels to me guys are wide open. Like, I'm looking at some of these plays back in this game. And again, I'm a layman's. Guys are wide open.
You watched it at the game, and we were both live at the game. We go to every single game. Been going to every single game in Levi Stadium since 2016 for the most part. And I know I missed a couple this year due to Warriors, but you watched last Saturday against the Seahawks, and that's why people say, well, you should have dropped 50. You should have dropped 60. Because everybody's yelling, oh, my God, he's wide open.
Wide open.
Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, you name it, deep routes. And Shanahan has been in his bag. But together, Lynch and Shanahan in this roster, from where they started in 2017, and I go back to the image of them walking off the field, of Shanahan and Robert Saleh, that is, walking off the field at Lumen Field in Seattle. They had just lost 12-9. They lost by 3, and I thought, you know what? That was a spirited effort against Seattle. I thought they were going to go up there and get blown out. Eric Armstead had a big day. Buckner had a big day. I was like, you know what? I'll take that loss. But their faces.
Yes.
And then hearing Lynch later on that week. And then the way they lost 5 straight games by 3 points or less. And I was like, maybe they're going to turn this thing around sooner rather than later. They have no talent right now. And they have built this thing, as Lynch said, brick by brick to the roster that we have now. 3 of the last 4 years they've been in the playoffs. 2 of the last 4 years they've been to the NFC Championship game. One of those years they've been to the Super Bowl. But you look at the way they keep stacking talent. And the way they draft in the middle rounds. I mean, that is so underrated. Fred Warner Jr., George Kittle. You talk about Talanoa Hufanga.
Right.
I mean, you pick up Drake Jackson later in the draft.
Vontae, what about the most important part of their offense right now that no one's talking about? Look, the weapons are there.
Right.
What about Burford and Banks?
Yeah, unbelievable. And the patience to stick with Aaron Banks. When we all said, oh, my God, he's a bust second round. Oh, my God, what is he doing? He started. And we haven't mentioned his name once.
At all. And he's been phenomenal. And then they swung the mid-round trade. This is the other trade they don't get any for Trent Williams. Yep. That's a game changer. Look, B, I love Joe Staley. You love Joe Staley. 49er fans love Joe Staley. His place in 49er lore is cemented. I thought he was one of the best left tackles I'd ever seen. Now, I watched Trent Williams, and this is not a knock on Joe Staley at all. Trent is one of the best left tackles the league has ever seen.
Yep.
Which is a wild sentence to say. Because even in our own division, we saw big Walter Jones. We've seen Orlando Pace. I mean, we've seen some monster left
Baltimore,
tackles.
You saw Jonathan Ogden for years, who I wanted with the 49ers in 96.
Trent Williams is as good, if not better, than all of those guys, depending on what you're asking him to do. The point that I'm getting at is the personnel on the offense is as good as I can remember a Niner team ever having. And I'm going back to the 80s.
I mean, they're loaded because you have Deebo Samuel, who may not be the best pure wide receiver.
He's just a football player.
He's just a baller.
He's just a great football
I just call him a baller, right?
Yes.
He's a baller. They identify Debo at the Senior Bowl. They take him in the second round. The rest is history. You give him a contract extension. Last year, he has one of the best offensive seasons we've ever seen in the NFL.
This year was a down year. He still had 1,000 all-purpose yards.
Yeah, and I'll take that. And he's a threat. And then balls out in the Seahawks game in the wild card round and say, hey, remember me? I'm Deebo Samuel. I'm a top 20 player in this league. You know what I'm saying? So you get that. You take George Kittle late in the 5th round, right? You take Elijah Mitchell.
And Kittle might break all your tight end records.
He may. If he's healthy, he may. I mean, the run he's on, coming into the Seattle game, crazy. 7 touchdowns in the last 4 weeks. All of a sudden, George Kittle's unlocked. And all of a sudden, we're speaking about George Kittle the same way we're speaking about Travis Kelce.
Did you think that we saw the best of Kittle up until this year? Like, maybe he's on the click down.
I was concerned.
I was too.
Midway through the year, and we didn't discuss this on air. Maybe we did off air. I was like, they may trade Kittle this year. There's a lot of tight ends coming into the draft. There's that Brock Bowers from Georgia can't come out until after next season. He's crazy.
Napa.
He's going to be a first-round pick.
He's
I was just thinking, maybe they trade George Kittle.
Well,
now
his body felt like it was betraying him.
It was. But now, all of a sudden, he doesn't have to do so much in the passing game because you got all these other weapons. And then you make the big boy move for CMC. And that's one underrated thing about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that we always say, man, swing for the home run. We always want the Giants to swing big, right? Yeah. We want them to swing big for Juan Soto. Well, the Warriors, they always swing big, right? Whether it's Kevin Durant signing them in free agency or exploring every option. The Niners quietly have swung big for a lot of moves. They all haven't worked out. Jerick McKinnon didn't work out. Quan Alexander worked out for maybe 8 games. Then he gets hurt. They trade him next year and they pivot, right? They trade him to the Saints. D Ford, we all said, oh man, second round pick and all that money. Well, when D Ford was healthy, it worked out. Problem is, he can't stay healthy.
What about Travarius Ward this year? That was a big leap of faith.
Big leap.
How many people were like, yeah, get me the best corner coming out of Kansas City?
They signed him, and we were like, okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Like, and I think a lot of Niner fans have PTSD from Nate Clements.
And yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
You know
Still
what I mean? Like,
day.
oh, you're the best corner available. We'll give you a ton of money. And, he's been pretty damn good, if not great, this year for the team.
Yes. So, John Lynch, and I can't wait to talk to him at 8 o'clock about this season. I mean, to pull that big boy move this year, it really flipped the season. And it was funny because, like, we take a lot of credit for the CMC stuff, for bringing it up and all that, Shasky. But it was funny, like, when they were 2-4, I believe. They win a game. And we were talking about the NFC. Outside of Philadelphia, it was wide open because everybody was struggling. Yeah. And I was thinking, I remember we had this conversation, and we just kind of went about our business. But it was like, if there's a year to swing big for a deal, whether it's Odell Beckham Jr., whether it's Kareem Hunt, we didn't know Christian McCaffrey would be available at that time. But it felt like this was the year to swing big for a big-time move, for a midseason trade, because the NFC was wide open. And the Niners went out and did that. And now they're a game away from the NFC title game again. So I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, the way they built this roster, because now you look at them moving forward in the NFC West alone, the Rams are in shambles. The Cardinals, who knows who's going to coach them? Kyler's not coming back till November with the torn ACL injury. They're going to trade DeAndre Hopkins at some point this offseason. It feels like that's a given. And in Seattle, they got to figure out their quarterback situation, but they got a couple pieces. They got to get an edge rusher. They've got to get some linebackers. They're a ways away. They have put the Niners in position to dominate this division and dominate this conference for the foreseeable future, and they get credit for that.
Absolutely, they get credit for that. They've built an absolute bully. And the thing that I'm most marvel at is how quickly the team has changed dramatically from year to year, even though you've been competitive. And yet I look up today and like, okay, year 6, everyone, year 6. This is the best team they've built. And it's very, very different from the 2019 team.
So different.
Very different. The CMC thing, let me ask you this question. How many coaches would be able to maximize CMC the way Shanahan is?
Not many. Brian Daboll, maybe.
Andy Reid?
Andy Reid, no doubt.
I mean, it's a short list, right?
It's a short
Can we
list.
agree?
Very short list.
It's a short list.
Very short.
Like, I think that's the one thing that, like, I heard a lot of people say, well, now that they've acquired CMC, I don't want to hear about formations and what you can do. You got to show it to me. I feel like they've squeezed the CMC as a player on the field to either, impact his own statistics or others. They've squeezed that lemon for every drop.
I mean, and he has a very team-friendly contract for the foreseeable future. It's very team-friendly.
It's one of the great trades in Bay history.
It's Bay Area history, maybe NFL history. Now, you got the Herschel Walker deal for the Dallas Cowboys where they get all these picks back and they turn them into Troy Aikman.
There was a loophole there because when you release certain players, you get an automatic first-round pick. That was the rule back then. Yep. That Herschel Walker trade, Jimmy Johnson read the fine print. If you go back and look at the details.
He worked out with it.
It's not like a normal trade.
But it's one of the big signature trades that jump-started the Dallas Cowboys dynasty in the early 90s. You look at midseason trades, like we looked at Emmanuel Sanders, and it was a solid trade for the Niners at the midseason. And they get credit for that. No identifying in 2019, we need another receiver to go alongside Deebo Samuel. We don't have enough. Who's available? Emmanuel Sanders? Let's make a quick move for Emmanuel Sanders.
Randy Moss is the one that everyone's going to point to in terms of just trades in general. Randy Moss
to the Patriots.
For the 4th rounder or whatever.
We traded Randy Moss for a 4th round pick.
And
Randy Moss for a 4th round pick.
Champ Bailey for Clinton Portis. Like, there's been a lot of great trades throughout the history of the league. John Elway going to the Broncos, after being drafted by the Baltimore Colts. So there's a lot that happens. I just say an in-season move, it's about as great of one as you could see.
It's huge.
And it's worth every penny. Even if he doesn't ever play it down for them next year,
no doubt.
Worth every penny for this year.
It's been worth
he
every
lined
dime.
up at tight end.
I know. He's
They split him out on a wide receiver. I'm watching, there's this alert play, quote-unquote alert, where it's an RPO. You can run pass option. And Brock just does like a little quick step back, stops, turns, pivots, throws through the second window, and CMC just makes a catch. I'm thinking, how many running backs in the history of the game can do what he just did there?
He's Marshall Faulk 2.0.
100%.
He's Reggie Bush. Maybe not with
He's
all the
what
wiggle.
I thought Reggie Bush would be.
He's not with all the wiggle, but no, that's a good point. And now I go back to that day when they did trade for him, and we did that show. All right, we got clock.
Sorry.
We go back to that show
We're
that
in our
Friday,
bag.
that excitement that we have for Christian
know.
McCaffrey. But credit John Lynch, credit Kyle Shanahan for that. We got a break here. You heard the clock.
CMC.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services. We got the great Whitley said, Drano making her debut on the Morning Roast. Can't wait to talk to Whitley, who's live in Washington, D.C. She'll lay down the law of the land at the White House and what the Warriors did yesterday as they try to get back on track. They play the Celtics tomorrow night as they are 22-22. Whitley said, Drano coming up on the Roast.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Laying waste to your town. Mastodon. Gojira. The Mega Monsters Tour. April 20th at Concord Pavilion. With special guest, Lorna Shore. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. Mastodon and Gojira. Part of the Mancini Sleep World Concert Series.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Trevor Noah has added 2 more San Francisco shows to his Off the Record tour, December 8th and 9th at the Masonic. All shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Trevor Noah, head to 957thegame.com.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? He was looking presidential yesterday. Wasn't he in that royal blue suit? Nice tie? The White House, fresh lining?
You know what I was thinking about? Because I was listening to all the people laugh like every
Right.
time Biden was talking or Steph Curry was talking
Sleepy
as they,
Joe.
they went to the White House.
You see Sleepy Joe forget Clay's name.
He's up there in age. I mean, let's just call it what it is. This is what I say. Again, it's funny. People get triggered in both directions. Right. I'm letting you know I don't vote Republican or Democrat.
Right.
In some things that I listen to certain topics, I go in one direction. Sometimes I listen to something, I go in the other directions. 9 times out of 10, I fall somewhere in the middle, right? Depending on how I'm feeling or whatever. So I don't want anyone to be triggered.
Right.
I always say this, whether it's a local election, a state election, or a nationwide one, this is the best we can do. This is the best. This is the best we can do in terms of candidates.
It's bad, and it's not going to get any better.
It's
not going to get any better.
You and I meet successful, like well-rounded, good people, common sense, smart, intelligent, care about our community all the time. And I'm like, why can't we get one politician in this country who's just a normal, good person?
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Am I tripping?
It's not going to be. It doesn't look good for the foreseeable future. I know Whitley's ready.
Sorry,
love it. I'm getting there.
But what I was saying was I want the amount of yes men around me that Steph and Biden have, because every joke they tell, 50 people are there laughing.
No doubt. That's what Stephen Curry. You better laugh. You better laugh or you get cut off. Right?
I'd like
you
them
get
to
cut
work in
off
the
at
back studio.
SC30. The Road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. All right, Whitley Sandretto, digital manager. I love Whitley. You guys know I love Whitley. She does great work on our social media pages, IG, Twitter, covers every single Warriors game, does it, and now she's at the White House covering the Golden State Warriors, looking presidential. Look at Whitley, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Whitley, what's happening?
Hello, Shasky, Bonte. Can I just start off by saying I just have so much respect for you, too, because the amount of energy you have this early in the morning is honestly remarkable.
It's called a sickness, Whitley. It's called a sickness. He's off 3 cups of coffee. I'm not off coffee. I'm actually off the Body Armor Light strawberry lemonade. Shout out to Dave. No calories, no sugar added.
Whitley, if we're being honest, I snorted Dallas Cowboys 49ers all morning, so I'm feeling really good.
Of course, Whitley joins us here on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. So the White House, first of all, I'm proud of you. You got out there to the White House. Was this your first visit to the White House, and what was it like?
Yes, it was my first visit, and it was crazy. It was definitely, a lot of Secret Service. Had no idea what I was doing. So when I first got there, I was just walking around everywhere trying to be directed in the right direction, like what gate to go to. It was intimidating. It really was. But it was also just incredible because aside from sports, my other love is history. And so it was just so neat to be in that building that, I've read so much about.
Yeah.
But it was incredible.
So the Golden State Warriors as a team, as a franchise, I guess, have been there. They've been there 4 times?
3 times now.
3, because they didn't go during one of the presidents. Okay,
yeah.
well, that's neither here nor there. What was your big takeaway from yesterday being around it? Because it feels like Steph Curry, we talk about him being a mega superstar, but seeing Biden and him,
It was the start of
it
the
was
show.
on a whole nother level. I don't know. It's just, what was your impressions of the day?
No, Steph Curry literally got the presidential treatment. And I don't know, another thing I saw that maybe a lot of people didn't recognize, when you look at the pictures of Steph and Biden walking next to each other, or just like when you saw them walk into the room yesterday, Steph was kind of like a step or two ahead of the president. You don't see that.
Yeah.
Because typically the president's kind of the first person, and then you have whoever's with him a step or two behind. But Biden literally wanted this to be all about Steph Curry and the Warriors. So it was, when Steph walked into the room, I got chills because it was literally like Steph was the president. It was incredible. I've never seen anything like it. And then when Biden kneeled, to the Warriors, it was crazy.
And Kamala Harris was there. E40, Too Short, Mr. Fab was in the building.
Why were those guys there?
Because they're part of the Warriors brand, man. They're brand ambassadors.
Fonte and Chris Mullin should have been there.
No, we got to be back here. We got a game Thursday, Friday. We got to hold it down. I got
Fonte
the morning
and Biden.
roast. Niners and Cowboys. By the way,
holding
Whitley,
up the bandanas like Bloods and Crips.
Listen,
That would be hilarious.
Whitley, you know me. I would have got kicked out of the White House for putting my hands somewhere they shouldn't have been. I would have probably tried to steal a meal or something.
You know what? I did get in trouble. Not to interrupt you, but I did get in trouble. And you know me, Bonta.
How?
I'm a rule follower. So we went to the briefing room, and we were in there for a while. Steph and Steve were talking there. And then we left there, and we went outside, and we were waiting outside. They're called the Palm Doors, which is like the entrance to the East Room, which is where the main event was going to be at. Me, not thinking, just thought I could walk right back through the white doors because someone told me I could because I had to use the restroom really bad. We were standing outside. It was freezing. I had to go. I try to walk back to the doors, and I start hearing someone say, hey, hey. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, what? And the security guy, the Secret Service guy, was like, you can't go back in there because I don't have, the main credentials to just get around everywhere in the White House. He's like, you have to have an escort. And I'm like, okay. I literally just saw someone walk back in there, so I was like, I thought I could. So I just waited. Then all of a sudden, someone comes and opens the door, and they were kind of holding it for me. I'm like, oh, so this must be the escort. So I go to walk in. The security guy literally ran after me and was like, I said you can't go in there. And this is in front of all the reporters. So that was the joke the rest of the day, that I almost got taken out by Secret Service for trying to use the restroom.
I'm not surprised by that. Knowing you, Whitley, I'm not surprised by that at all.
She was trying to go to the West Wing. You know what I mean?
I was in my own little world. I was,
Okay, so Steph Curry was the best actor, right? He was the main character, the main protagonist. Yeah. Who was the best supporting actor yesterday that didn't get the headlines that Steph did?
Definitely, Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, Biden even brought up his dad, which was an emotional moment for Kerr. And they actually, so their schedule was they arrived to the White House around 12:30. Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole had a Q&A with White House staff. And then actually Coach Kerr, Klay Thompson, and Moses Moody, they had a roundtable about gun safety. And that was a big topic of the day. And even afterwards, it was like a whole press scrum out in the White House lawn that you always see presidents do. And a lot of the questions directed towards Steve Kerr was, about gun control, gun safety. And he just handled himself so well. Like when Steve Kerr was up at the podium, it just looked like he was also president.
Wow.
No, he did. He did. Willie Sandretto here on the Morning Russ on 95.7 The Game. Our digital manager, of course, covers every single Warriors game out there in D.C. right now. Covered the Warriors at the White House yesterday, who looked bored. Because I got some candidates of guys who just looked bored. And number one was Andrew Wiggins. Seen him yawn a couple times. Iguodala's kind of looking around. James Wiseman. What were some of the funny expressions you saw outside of Steve Kerr, Stephen Curry, maybe Draymond Green?
Jordan Poole was Jordan Poole. He wasn't bored. He was just, Jordan Poole was having the time of his life. Definitely Andrew Wiggins just looked like he was there. He was just there to be there. But that's also just Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah,
you've been around Wiggins a lot. Yeah. Wiggins is just Wiggins. He just wants to hoop and go home. James Wiseman definitely looked like he was just hanging out. Moses Moody, I didn't see a lot of reaction from Moses. But I'd say Andrew Wiggins was definitely the bored one in his own little world.
He was like yawning, looking up at the skies,
Did
like, get me
Draymond
out of here.
podcast?
No, Draymond didn't. He had a presser, though, right? Draymond Green had a presser, right, Willie?
Yeah, he did. And afterwards, it was Steph, Steve, and Draymond held a presser after the actual event. And then they did, media. It's called, what is it called? Is it Pebble Beach, I think they call it?
Oh, boy.
So it's funny. It's not Pebble Beach, like obviously California, but when you're walking up to the White House from the gate, you see these tents. And if you ever watch like CNN or any of the news stations, then you see that shot and the White House is in the back. There's like a row. It's almost like, radio row or something, but it's like all the news stations. So they call that Pebble Beach. So all the Warriors, they have to go do one-on-ones with all these stations afterwards. But yeah, Draymond also had a presser.
New media. Are you going to Boston?
And Draymond confirmed they did not have McDonald's yesterday at the White House.
That's good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know. The last president feeding college kids McDonald's. Unbelievable. Are you going to Boston to cover the Warriors? Since they're going back to Boston tomorrow.
I'm going back to the Bay.
All right.
That flight sucks.
Yeah, that flight does stink. And hopefully your Chiefs lose this Saturday.
Proud of you, Willie.
I'm hoping the Chiefs lose to the Jaguars.
I have not been talking trash all season long, I will remain that way.
Shasky, this is a lie.
A word. I'm not going to bite on you trying to
Shasky.
drag me into those.
Hey, I will get a random text.
The 49ers, the best of luck.
Yeah, sure you do.
Cowboys.
Shasky, I got a text from Whitley about a month ago saying, boy, what a find in Jerick McKinnon. Oh, boy, he's kicking ass as a Chief.
I said Jerick McKinnon, Chiefs legend.
Oh, yeah, that's what she said. So she's been throwing little shots
Whitley,
here and there.
I hate Patrick Mahomes. Have a great day.
Whitley, good job. We're really proud of you, man.
Yeah,
Safe travels
seriously.
back to the Bay Area.
Keep crushing
We'll
it.
see you when you get back.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you later.
Anytime, Whitley Sandretto. Good stuff. Give her a round of applause. Nice debut on the morning roast. Don't forget this Friday, Jerry Rice is joining the roast at 8:30. He tweeted at us yesterday, the GOAT is giving somebody a chance to win NFL Blitz Legends arcade console by Arcade One Up Official. All you have to do is subscribe to the YouTube channel. And guess what, Shasky? We are over 20,000. We're over 20,000, 20.4 as we get ready for the Cowboys on Sunday. We got Mike Bassett coming up at 7:20. Mike Bassett. But what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Golden State Lumber, served to Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's compare a little wide receiver, can we?
Okay.
CeeDee Lamb and Brendan Ayuk. Got some stuff for you on the other side about those two guys.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
If your resolutions include more energy, stamina, fire in the bedroom, or losing weight once and for all, listen up. Thousands of proactive patients have met or exceeded these goals with the caring team at Balanced Medical Solutions, the Bay Area's premier vitality clinic dedicated to helping all patients enjoy long, healthy lives full of energy, vigor, and sexual satisfaction. Until the end of the month, mention this station to get an evaluation with comprehensive labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call now 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic.
For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 25th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. With the 25th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver, Arizona State.
But the pick is in, and we don't have to guess anymore. Let's find out where they go.
With the 17th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr coming up later on 95.7 The Game at 4 o'clock with Damon and Rattle. John Lynch, GM of the 49ers, joining us at 8 a.m. here on The Roast. We got Mike Bassett coming up in about 30 minutes. He's out there in Dallas doing some radio for the Cowboys and, of course, the Rangers as well. He's a former Major League pitcher who gave up Barry Bonds' record-breaking home run at Oracle Park way back when. So Mike Bassett could be a lot of fun. But we play that sound coming in because CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk, whether we like it or not, will always be compared. Will always be compared because they were selected in that same NFL draft class where you had Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, Justin Jefferson. Of course, later on you had Michael Pittman Jr., you had Claypool. This is a loaded loaded draft of wide receivers. There's a lot of Ferraris when it comes to the wide receiver position in this draft.
Was Jalen Reagor also in this one?
Jalen Reagor was also in this one, selected by Philadelphia, later on traded to Minnesota.
Yes.
Remember Minnesota when Philadelphia drafted Reagor, Minnesota was all high-fiving like, those idiots, how can they take him? And then, of course, they took Justin Jefferson.
So we all agree Justin Jefferson's the best of the bunch, right?
Justin Jefferson is legit.
Head and shoulders above everyone else.
No doubt.
I wanted CeeDee Lamb.
We both did. We both did.
Like I really wanted CeeDee Lamb. He was a star in college, and I liked the way that he ran after the catch. I thought it really fit what the 49ers were looking for.
No, he's a big-time player. When you think about what he did last year against the 49ers in a wild card game, he did nothing. Caught one pass. 21 yards on 5 targets. Brandon Ayuk, 5 catches, 66 yards. Should have been a lot more had Jimmy not missed him a couple times in that wild card game. But CeeDee Lamb, to me, I was like, man, Henry Ruggs is going to be the first receiver taken, and the Raiders take Henry Ruggs at third. Now he's dealing with the legal issues. We know what's happening there. We haven't heard from him. Jerry Jeudy was a guy I was warming up to, but CeeDee Lamb was a guy I wanted. CeeDee Lamb was a guy I remember as a freshman in college in the Rose Bowl against Georgia, dominating in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, on a field of stars with Nick Chubb and Sonny Michel, you got Baker Mayfield, you got all those defenders from Georgia, including Roquan Smith. CeeDee Lamb was balling opposite of Hollywood Brown as a true freshman. And all he did in college was get better and better and better. And think about each of his 3 years of college. He had a different quarterback. Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, and then Jalen Hurts. Now, Brandon Ayuk, when the Niners moved back into the first round, or actually they moved up from 31 to 25 to take Brandon Ayuk, we watch Pac-12 football, but when we think about Arizona State, we think of N'Keal Harry, right?
That's who I thought was going to be the stud.
The stud, the guy.
Way wrong.
Oh, my gosh.
Way wrong.
So wrong. Saw him at Oracle Arena one day for a Warriors playoff game. He looked like a linebacker. I was like, how can this guy move? He's got muscles everywhere.
He was a baller, though.
And he wasn't with
not
the Patriots.
New England.
Yeah, not New England. So then, forks up, right? Forks up. So then Brandon Ayuk, who, by the way, is a JUCO product with the Sierra College, of course, Arizona State. The Niners select him, and he gets off to a slow start, and we know he was in the doghouse. Let's ask you, what if I told you their numbers were so comparable? Oh, so think about this.
They are.
Think about this. In their last 27 games, both CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
Now think about it.
It's close to 2 years of work.
Close to 2 years, about a season and a half.
Not including playoffs.
Not including playoffs.
Gotcha.
27 games. Dallas last season was 5th in the NFL when it came to pass attempts per game. 5th in the NFL. This year, they've dropped to 19th. However, the 49ers, last year, they were 31st in pass attempts in 2021.
Wow.
31st. So they don't throw the ball much. So Ayuk doesn't get a lot of opportunities, unfortunately. This year, they moved up to 26 in pass attempts per game. Brandon Ayuk, in those last 27 games, 121 catches, 1,700 yards, 12 touchdowns. Now, think about it. The Niners have a bottom 6 offense when it comes to pass attempts, yet last 27 games, 175 targets, 121 catches, 1,700 yards, 12 touchdowns.
It's incredible production.
Not bad.
Especially as, I would say, the 3 on this offense.
The 3.
I mean,
sometimes the 4.
Right, exactly.
Because of McCaffrey now.
Is that an egregious thing to say out loud? Like, he's the 3?
No.
Like, it would be CMC, Debo. At least in the last, I would go Debo as well. Debo, Kittle, then him.
Right.
Or CMC, Debo, Kittle, then him.
He's 3, maybe 4. Even when Debo's out, he's 3, maybe 4.
Yeah.
So 1,700 yards receiving, 121 catches in the last 27 games.
That's incredible efficiency. I would also say not in the statistics because it's impossible to put it into the statistics. His downfield blocking is the thing that I'm most impressed with because I didn't know he had it in him.
He bought in on that.
Yeah, he's a really, really, really good downfield blocker.
That's what separated Jerry Rice and John Taylor from the rest.
Yes.
Downfield blocking as a wide receiver. Later on, Terrell Owens was a very underrated run blocker.
Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden, 2 of my favorite players of all time. Yep. Great blockers.
Great blockers.
You know,
great blockers.
I hate Hines Ward, but he was a great blocker.
Great blocker.
You know?
Got down and dirty, maybe a little too dirty.
Yeah.
But he
I respect guys that
stuck
play
his nose in there.
All facets of the game.
No doubt. Randy Moss wouldn't do it.
No.
So you got that production, right? And that offense, you're like, wow, 1,700 yards. Think about CeeDee Lamb in that same time frame. 27 games. He's had 153 catches, but for 1964 and 11 touchdowns. So in the last 27 games, Ayuk has 1 more touchdown in the receiving game than him. He has 264 less yards than CeeDee Lamb, And, of course, the receptions, he has 32 less receptions than CeeDee Lamb, but yet Dallas throws the ball a lot more, and CeeDee Lamb is a 1/2.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason they moved off of Amari.
So you look at the last 27 games, Brandon Ayuk.
That's a good point.
Has more than held his own, and he's looked like a first-round pick. And all of a sudden, we're saying to ourselves, okay, we can live without CeeDee Lamb.
Well, let me ask you this one, because I think we asked this a lot about in basketball. Is the demeanor of CeeDee Lamb, would he even fit on a team like this being a non-primary option? Because I do think that we underrate as a wide receiver for Brandon Ayuk to understand that, like when do you see him like throw his hands up, say I should get the ball, or say something in a post-game presser? That's really hard to find from that position.
It's a diva type of position.
Yes.
I know it gets labeled like that, but it is true. When CeeDee Lamb doesn't get the ball, he has that body language where he slumps his shoulders. He's got to be swaggy. He's got to touch the ball.
Which I get.
I
defend that.
I watched him in that wild card game, and the more he got phased out, the more frustrated he got.
Yes.
He got frustrated.
Yes.
It's like, man, I'm not even getting any looks.
Yeah.
So I think he would complain, and I don't know if he'd be a good fit. And maybe the Niners did their research on that. Maybe they said, you know what, CeeDee Lamb doesn't fit our culture. He doesn't fit our blue-collar type of attitude, and where you got to get down and dirty and run block. Now, the Cowboys do run the ball. They run it a lot more this year as opposed to last season.
Yeah.
But now when we look at that draft class, okay, Justin Jefferson's number one. You could make the case that Brandon Ayuk is right behind CeeDee Lamb, if not even with him. And he's ahead of Jerry Jeudy. And he's ahead of Michael Pittman Jr. now. And he's, of course, ahead of Jalen Reagor, who hasn't done anything in his career.
He's a returner.
And Claypool has kind of fizzled out after his first year in the league. So I think we got to be really happy with Brandon Ayuk and where he's from where he was at last year to where he's at now.
It's a really good point. I do think that he gets, like, there was a route the other day where he just stopped running on it, and everyone's, like, ripping him for stopping run. I think he becomes kind of the scapegoat for the Niners fan base at times.
Good point.
Like, he drops a ball. Okay, for example, Brock threw one 2 weeks prior, and it's like a diving slant into a linebacker, right? And I don't think we realize how difficult that is. He's going to get his head blown off, and it wasn't the greatest throw in the world. He drops the ball. You got to make that play, Ayuk. You got to make that play. Like, I just feel like he's an easy scapegoat. You don't see Debo get the criticism that Ayuk gets, and I think that's because of the doghouse stuff from the beginning. I think he's been an easy person to crush, but I look up and he's one of the most reliable players on the Niners.
Dude, he's legit. He's legit. And on that route that he stopped, Brock missed a read. Debo Samuel was wide open.
I know.
He may have walked into the end zone.
I know.
So that, to me, was on Brock Purdy, not recognizing Debo Samuel, because even then it was like, Debo's open. Debo's open. You hear the entire crowd like, yo, throw it to Debo. He's wide open.
There was no one within 20 yards.
Nobody within 20. So I thought Ayuk maybe stopped on the route saying, okay, he's going to Debo. Wait a minute. Why are you throwing it to me?
Yeah. Again, not the end of the world, but like, and even the catch at the end, everyone's like, Ayuk's got to catch that, the one in the end zone. Do you know how hard that play is? And the guy just tipped it ever so slightly. Yeah, I'd love to see him come down with that one. But I think Brandon Ayuk's been a great addition to the 49ers.
Those numbers surprise you a little bit? Well, they're so close?
He's already better than Michael Crabtree as a 49er wide receiver.
He's the best first-round wide receiver for the 49ers since Jerry Rice. Hands down.
For a first round
pick.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We just talk about A.J. Jenkins, Rashawn Woods, J.J. Stokes. Ayuk's the best first-round pick to me since Jerry Rice.
I think you're right. I think you're right here. But his production, I think, is underrated. I think if you were to break that down with a lot of fans, what you just did right there, I think most people on the eye test alone would be like, oh, CD's twice the receiver than Ayuk. But and also playing for the Dallas Cowboys wearing number 88.
Right.
I think that glamorizes him.
No doubt. But think about that. A run-first offense of the 49ers. They were 31st in 2021 in pass attempts per game. They were 26th this season in pass attempts per game, yet he's 294 yards behind CeeDee Lamb in terms of production over his last 27 games. Now, I did omit one wide receiver in the 2020 draft, and I'm glad somebody reminded me, Niner Empire 101. T. Higgins was in that draft.
He was a second rounder, though.
Yeah, he was a second rounder. First pick of the second round. First pick of the second round. So far in his career, 3,000 yards receiving.
But that's a team that throws 40 times a game.
All day long.
I mean, they're led by those two players, and Jamar Chase, well, three players. Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, and T. Higgins.
Right.
And even Boyd. Boyd was the guy before those guys.
Plays.
Yeah, T. Higgins coming out. I knew he was going to be good.
Dude.
I knew he was going to be good.
When I think about that Clemson-Ohio State game, I know I talk about it all the time.
No, my buddy Della, we talk about this all the time. When you watch Clemson play for about a 4-year
Right.
stretch, I'll draft anyone on their
Anybody
offense
on their run.
and make it work.
That's why I kind of got when Gruden was trying to go all Clemson guys. It's like, it's kind of asinine, but I get it because they're loaded. But I'm thinking about that football game. Jeff Okudah.
Yeah.
Justin Fields.
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins. Chris Olave.
Oh, my God.
Garrett Wilson.
I love Olave.
Chase Young was on that field.
Yeah.
I don't even, the offensive lineman and defensive lineman, take your pick. And then on the other side, you got T. Higgins, Isaiah Simmons, Travis Etienne, Trevor Lawrence. That game was loaded with stars. And I'm thinking to
Was
myself,
Renfro on that game?
Hunter Renfro did play in that.
Yeah. Or was he the year before?
Year before. I think
Okay.
his last game was at Levi Stadium
Because
for
Clemson always has, because of Dabo, a
Right.
white wide receiver.
White slot wide receiver.
Yeah, he's always got
I
one.
got the white running back in
I
Will
know.
Shipley.
Yeah.
He's not bad.
The Shipleys have been in college football for, I swear to God, 40 years. There has been a white Shipley somewhere around the Big 10, Big 12, or ACC, right? Am I
Dude,
wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And don't forget, all guests appear at the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. As we continue to break down Niners and Cowboys Sunday, 3:30 p.m. It is Wednesday. I wish this game was tonight. I'm still fired up over this game. We watched last night's game. I know you watched it a bit back, the wild card game from last year, where the Niners went up 23-7. So before we get to Mike Bassick, are the Cowboys better than last year? Do you believe them to be a better football team than a season ago?
I think they're a more balanced run team this year because they're not relying on Zeke as much as they have in years past. It's undeniable that Tony Pollard has juice, right? Like, you watch the Cowboys and he touches the ball and you're like, oh, yeah, he's one of their better players.
He looks like the more explosive running back.
Absolutely. And so to your point the other day when you were like, every time they give the ball to Zeke is a win for the defense, I feel you on that big time.
I mean,
and I'm a
carries.
big Zeke fan.
I used to be a huge Zeke fan. I thought he was worthy of a first round pick.
Yes.
Top 5, no doubt.
Well, he was a great player for many years for them.
He held out, and he's never been the same.
No. And I would say his body and the position, there's a lot that goes into that. And his running style. Like Derrick Henry, for as big as he is, he doesn't take the amount of punishment that you think a guy his size would take. Zeke takes every single blow.
Takes every shot.
And I look at their offense. They've got a really nice tight end. I think they've got a really good offensive line. I think they've got a good wide receiver play. Gallup is very underrated. I think he's extremely athletic. Like, they make plays.
They do make plays.
This is an offense that I think is balanced. And I know Dak can turn the ball over. I think Dak's a B plus type of a quarterback. On a good day, he can creep into the top 10 in terms of being a quarterback. On even just an average day, he's middle of the pack, you know, somewhere between 12 and 16. And you don't get a lot of poor Dak performances.
No, he was consistent. And Dallas in that game against Tampa Bay, they went up-tempo and kind of flipped that football game.
Which
That's
I
a concern
like.
of mine.
Yeah.
You go up-tempo, you keep the same defensive personnel on for the 49ers. What if they get caught in their base defense when Al-Shair's next to Greenlaw and Warner? I don't like that because Al-Shair is a weakness on this defense, in my opinion.
I'm with you there.
I would rather go nickel with Jimmy Ward on the field instead of Al-Shair.
Have you noticed there at least a half dozen times there's been some big communication stuff going on right before the snap
with the defense,
especially the DBs. Now, I worry because there's times like, come on, line up, because like Gibson is arguing.
We've seen this since the Tampa game.
Yeah.
Since the Tampa game, we've seen this every single game where they're like, yo. I saw it up in Seattle on Thursday Night Football.
I almost want like Shanahan to take a timeout sometimes because I worry that a leak in coverage, like the game's so tight, one big bomb play flips the game and breathes life into the other sideline.
And Dallas does have. They
You've
are
noticed
prone.
that?
Oh yeah, every since the Tampa Bay game when they give up the 75-yard touchdown on Mike Evans and they got called back, you see it at least once or twice a game. Which concerns me because Dallas does get chunk plays. Darren Schultz could get deep down the seam and get chunk plays. CeeDee Lamb runs those big, long over routes 20 yards down the field. Cedric Wilson Jr., who killed the Niners last year for 5 catches, 62 yards, he could get deep down the field. You mentioned Michael Gallup and then Tony Pollard. Who's going to guard Tony Pollard? As much as we love Christian McCaffrey, run it out of the backfield against a linebacker. Is that Fred Warner's assignment?
It's got to be Fred Warner.
Because Tony Pollard is a monster.
No, he's a very good player. I guess where I'm going is like, guys like him, this is what I always say when you're like the kind of the backup and you're starting to come through. You get this late in the year and you've gotten X amount of touches and you're not accustomed to that. There's a whole other level of physicality. Can you step it up? Because this is going to be a barn burner in terms of physicality. I mean, this is going to be WWE, UFC. This is going to be awesome. Can he stay upright?
Right.
Some guys tap out.
Right.
Especially those speedsters.
No
Some
doubt.
guys do. They tap out a couple hits. I mean, famously, Ickey Woods, Ronnie Lott is like
Right.
the all-time
That's the one
one.
in Super Bowl
But like
23.
Matt Breida, I saw the 49ers. Matt Breida gave a I think Pollard's better than Breida, but I'm saying same kind of like, change of pace spark, and boom, maybe this guy could be your number one. And there were certain games where he would get hit on the sidelines, and I go, this game's just too physical for him.
It's too tough for him.
So I want to know if, like, can Pollard withstand that kind of punch?
Well, Pollard only got 4 carries last year. Again, Dallas wasted carries on Zeke last year. 12 carries, 31 yards, 2.6 a pop. And I was like, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
I agree.
And then now, last year, Pollard only got 4 rushes. I got to think he's going to be in the 10s this week.
14 to 18 to me would be the number that they're going to try to get him.
He has to touch the ball 14 to 18 times.
I
He's
agree.
one of their more explosive players. You also got to, as the 650 says on the Xfinity Mobile text line, T.Y. Hilton.
Yes.
Looks fresh. And he's a deep threat.
Yes.
And the film was out on the 49ers. We were just talking about it. You get deep on these guys, Diameter Lenore, whether it's Charvarius Ward, can you have a safety over the top? They have a plethora of weapons. That's why this has to be a Nick Bosa game. And last year, they sacked Dak 5 times and hit him a lot more. They sacked him 5 times last year. They smoked him in the pocket. But when he got time to throw the ball, there were plays downfield open for the Dallas Cowboys.
This has got, I think, a blitz mix-up a lot. I don't think they blitzed a lot last week. I'd like to see them blitz off the edge because I want to see Dak roll to his left and throw across his body.
Yeah.
I don't want him rolling right. I want him rolling out to his left. I don't think he can do it.
Dallas, Niners, 3:30 p.m. 650. CeeDee Lamb had 350 more yards this season, 20 more catches at a touchdown. What is this over 27 games BS? Because the reason why I look at the 27 games is when Ayuk basically was released from the doghouse. When basically Shanahan said, okay, I'm going to unleash you. It's time to play.
He was running with the 3s and the 4s
I know.
last year
It
to
was
start
wild.
the year. Yeah, it really
wild.
was.
But you look at his 1,000-yard receiver in this offense, look at Dallas and the way they move and the way they operate. CeeDee Lamb's their unquestioned number 1 wide receiver.
Yes.
Michael Gallup's been in and out of the lineup. They just signed T.Y. Hilton off the street, a couple weeks ago? After flirting with Odell Beckham Jr. all year long. Darren Schultz missed a couple games. He was banged up.
I like Schultz.
Schultz
And
is tough.
the other, is it Ferguson, 89?
Ferguson. Is it Ferguson? You may be right.
One of
'Cause
them.
They got 3.
Yeah, the center was Fredrickson, I think, or whatever. But anyway, point being is that, number 89, he makes plays too. You know, he's got kind of like a little Ross Dwelly thing going where you forget about him and then boom, he hits you on the wheel route.
Is this the best overall offense the Niners have faced this year? The most balanced offense? Because Kansas City would just throw the ball on you all day long.
I mean, they're just so explosive.
They're so explosive.
I honestly,
Miami's not balanced.
To me, this is the most balanced team they faced since I would say the Rams last year in the playoffs. I mean, I respect this roster that the Dallas Cowboys have.
Think about a really
They've
good
got
roster.
really good personnel.
Really good roster. But just in terms of just looking at the offense, because this defense is going to have to step up. They got to shore some things up. Again, I'm a little concerned. Geno was in total control of that football game late in the third quarter. Charles Omenihu flipped it, sack on Geno Smith. He fumbles. The rest is history. The Niners run away with the football game. But, yeah, Jake Ferguson, you're right. Jake Ferguson. I'm thinking of former lineman Fredrickson that used to be with the Cowboys. And they also
he's
got
the guy who
Hendershot.
retired early, I believe.
They got Hendershot as well. Peyton Hendershot, the third-string tight end. So I'm just looking at the offense with the run balance with Tony Pollard and Zeke. Again, you run with Zeke, you're doing the Niners a favor. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, I'm saying, Zeke, you're the backup this week. Tony Pollard has to start.
Yeah.
But then you look at their wide receiver core, their tight ends, the way Dak's playing. Balance-wise, okay, maybe the Raiders with Josh Jacobs or Devontae Adams. I see you 6'5".
But they were starting Stidham.
I know.
And I'm not disrespecting Stidham. I'm saying that, Dak's more accomplished. We can, whether you love Dak, hate Dak, fall somewhere in between, we all can agree. Dak is a much more accomplished player than Jarrett Stidham. Come on.
Can't wait.
Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean,
no
respect him a little.
Yeah.
And yes, the Raiders were really good, but the Raiders won 6 games this year.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop it, Raider fans. Just sit back and enjoy the 2 teams playing that you hate the most. Just shut up and watch.
Kenny King Kitty King.
Why do the Raiders? Why do Raider fans always have to get in the mentions? Don't forget about us, dog. We all forgot about you. You were fourth place in your own, or third place in your own division again this year. All right, we forgot. You're hiring a new coach again. Like, stop it. Just watch the game.
They wish they were hiring a new coach. They are not.
I mean, Kitty King Jr. put out that meme of the hangover. Hey, we effed up. When they were talking about Derek Carr, when Brady retires, they're going to call Derek Carr back to bring him back.
Derek Carr, please get off my team. We're not going to miss you. Move on.
But as the resident Raider guy on this team, on this team at 95.7 The Game, like, it doesn't annoy you? Like, don't forget about us Raiders.
Yeah, please, let's forget about them. I don't want to talk about them. Can we just focus on the offseason?
There's always a texter that don't forget about Darren Waller.
Re-sign.
Don't forget about Max Crosby.
Re-sign Josh Jacobs. See, this is why I love breaking down other teams and give the fans and the audience who don't watch a lot of Cowboy football a lay of land. Who do they have? Their personnel. What are the options? Respect the opponent. They're not getting Omari in here talking about Bonte sounds scared. No, I don't sound scared. I want the Cowboy pack now. I want it. But there needs to be a healthy fear here. This team is balanced. They have weapons, and they want revenge from last season. So you better bring your hard pat. And this defense, telling you, man, they got to step up this week.
Hey, Bonte.
I need more from Bosa.
Eminem just texted in on the chat line. Don't forget about Dre.
Dre Greenlaw?
I forgot about Dre.
All right. Mike Bassett.
With a handful of gas and a can full of matches.
Mike Bassett coming up here, Dallas Radio. We'll get to him in a second. That's coming up on a game brought to you by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. You've probably heard by now the IRS is receiving $800 billion to increase enforcement and audits of individuals and small business owners. And if that news worries you, and if you have years of unfiled taxes or are already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Kugelman Law at the sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I know the team at Kugelman Law. I've met with them, and I know how approachable and down-to-earth they are, even when discussing major tax problems. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax and crypto needs while offering straightforward and transparent pricing. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto needs. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? The new 2023 Silver Eagles are available in a perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. That's right. The American Eagle Silver Dollar in perfect 10 grade, just like perfect 10s for sports cards. Coin experts are calling this the biggest event of the century for coin grading. You must hurry. Very few silver dollar coins will receive the coveted grade of perfect 10. These American Eagle Silver Dollars are brand new, 99.9% pure silver legal tender coins minted by the United States Mint. Available now in perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. Just call and you are guaranteed a new 2023 just released perfect 10 Silver Eagle. With limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. If you order now, you'll receive a free collector bonus over a $10 value free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your new perfect 10 silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-969-0686.
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8¼ carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Come on, man. You got Larry Jordan in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! So, B, tonight, I'm about to go to the SI Reardon basketball game for the girls.
Where's that game at?
7 o'clock at SI, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah. Reardon's got a very underrated team this year. They're really good. The girls team.
I may have to stop by. I got a couple buddies. Pat, my barber.
Yeah.
His daughter plays for Reardon,
nice.
senior.
Nice.
And my guy, Will Thompson. His daughter's a freshman, plays for the Reardon basketball team.
Nice. One of the girls I coached at St. Cecilia's, I believe she's injured right now, but she's been on the team. And shout out Will Watkins, who's coaching them.
Yeah.
Also does Bay City. And so, it should be a fun one down in a city matchup here in the city. And so, Yeah, I think this might be the first time SI and Reardon have played each other in league play for girls. Because obviously, the girls are now new to the school. So shout out Crusaders and the Wildcats. Should be a good one.
No, that will be a good game.
I'm conflicted. I feel like the Bosa mom. I don't know what I should be wearing tonight.
Well, you're a Reardon guy.
I know, but I've also
You
got...
can't claim SI and Reardon.
I've also got my niece playing for
Split
SI.
cap.
Split cap, like I'm.
You should do the split cap. You should do
Cozumore.
Split cap. You should do Sacred Heart, SI, and Reardon.
Well, I was thinking of just wearing a WCAL hat and being Rob Lowe.
No, but you can't see. This is my problem.
Just shut your yapper.
This is my problem with you and this whole WCAL thing. You're city WCAL, Reardon, SI, Sacred Heart.
But iron sharpens iron.
I got family member. I know people there. Sarah. Shout out to Coach Walsh. Shout out to Darius Bell, who's the offensive coordinator. Shout out to Coach P. He's a coach here at Reardon, Peralta.
Hell yeah, Coach P.
Coach down
Chicken
there.
soul
Sarah.
for the soup. He'd read it every day. My religion teacher.
All the time. He's a good
Drop
dude.
and give me 20, Shasky.
I used to work with him at the junior player development program when they used to have that up at Washington High School, 8 to 14. He was the head. He was running the show. Coach P's great. But I'm not repping Valley Christian. I love you guys at Valley Christian, but it's about the city WCAL schools. It's not the Bay Counties League, Urban, Stewart Hall, University. Of course, my AAA schools, Lincoln, Wash.
Well, I'm going to let
Balboa.
the Peninsula know that I've got love for them.
I got love for the Bay.
Valley Christian, I watched them beat St. Ignatius girls team. Actually, I come from behind final minute victory, and then they won in overtime. And then, obviously, you got Mitty, which is stacked.
Mitty, they're
absolutely stacked.
Nationally ranked team.
And I've got love for Bellarmine, even though I hate their boys' teams. But I've got love for them to some degree. And then Sarah, come on, man. You can't embrace Sarah. Barry Bonds, Greg Jeffries, Lynn Swan, Tom Brady.
I love Sarah.
Eric Bakhtiari.
I love Sarah. They're dominating.
Like, what are you doing?
Though.
The Bishop boys?
Look,
well, Bishop, one brother went
I got
to Bell.
love for Sarah, but I'm not repping you guys at Sarah High School. I love y'all, though. I do. Beating up on Sacred Heart the way you guys did late in the year. Come on, man. All right, anyway. You know who you don't have love for? I know who you don't have love for. It's the Cowboys.
Yeah, Dallas.
You don't have love for anybody in Dallas, huh?
No.
State of Texas?
Well, they took my manager, too, Bruce Bochy.
I'm sure Mike Bassick is happy about that as Mike Bassick joins us once again. Of course, he's on 105.3 The Fan down in Dallas. We love him. Rangers pre and post on Bally Sports Southwest. Of course, we know he gave up Barry Bonds' Ricker Brick and home run, but we don't need to bring that up anymore because he's a friend of the program. He's a roaster. Mike, man, long time, no talk. We love your breakdown of the Dallas Mavericks, and we always love your breakdown of the Dallas Cowboys. And again, for the second straight year, we get Niners and Cowboys in the playoffs. What's the vibe down there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
Excited because the last time the Cowboys won a road game during the playoffs, I was a freshman in high school. I'm 45 years old now. So that was a big-time win. Obviously, San Francisco looked great in their game. We were going to play Philadelphia, but after the New York Giants win, you looked at that San Francisco game and you thought, man, I want to watch this Purdy kid and see how he does in a do-or-die situation. And he looked really good, especially in the second half. So it makes us down here go, we would rather be facing Garoppolo than Purdy. That's, kind of like, hey, if this and that, and we get Garoppolo's been to the Super Bowl, NFC Championship game last year, but we know that Garoppolo is an average back. Brock Purdy is kind of reminding us down here of a little bit of what Tony Romo did in 2000 around him. But when Romo came in for Drew Bledsoe and then led that team to the playoffs, we're kind of seeing similarities with Brock Purdy.
Mike, your line's chopping up a little bit.
That's ours down here.
The line's chopping. You guys want to fix his line? It's kind of chopping up, and we'll get him right back on. Yeah,
we'll get you back on. I just saw Mike Bassick. He retweeted Tony Dungy. And Tony Dungy said this in a tweet. I'm gonna run this by you, and then we're running by Mike.
Did it start with ZZZs because he's falling asleep?
Dude, Al Michaels and Tony Dungy.
I've been on the Al Michaels thing.
Yeah, but he's just old. Al Michaels used to be good. He's not good anymore.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care. They announced that Jaguars Chargers game like it was week 3 of the preseason.
And a touchdown.
That was embarrassing. It's one of the largest comeback victories in playoff history. And these guys were snoozing. But Tony Dungy did have a good tweet. As good as the Cowboys looked Monday night against the Bucs, I think they have very little chance against the Niners next week, and it's not their fault. There are very few examples ever of teams winning Monday night road games and then a Sunday road game. And now you give San Francisco an extra day of rest. And look at this. Niners, Seattle, Saturday afternoon. Dallas and Tampa, Monday night. Dallas and Niners on Sunday, 3:30. That's a 52-hour difference in rest, plus 2 plane rides for the Dallas Cowboys. Tony Dungy is saying that's tough to overcome.
Well, Crimea River, win your division. The Niners played a playoff game on short rest. They played Sunday last week, and then Saturday in the playoff game. So, Crimea River. Mike, are you back here?
They're at home.
Mike, last year you guys got physically punked, and you brought up the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. Jimmy threw you guys back into that game by just airmailing a 3 flies up interception and just breathing life into the sideline for the Cowboys. How are they going to avoid getting physically punked in this game?
So that is a big concern here, and it will be Hankins. So the Cowboys traded for Hankins during the season, and that did help with their run defense. Now, he got hurt for the last about 4 or 5 games of the year, and the Cowboys' run defense suffered because of it. Also, Leighton Vander Esch got hurt late in the year, and they both came back and played Monday night, and both had very good games. I'm not saying that solves the problem. I am worried that San Francisco is going to be able to control the tempo of the game because of Christian McCaffrey, because of Deebo Samuel, because the Cowboys really are best when teams are in passing situations. And if you saw what happened to Tom Brady, he doesn't have the best offensive line. But if the Cowboys get into a situation, this will be key to me for San Francisco. If San Francisco somehow finds themselves down by 2 scores and they can't really just run the ball where you're not sure what they're going to do, that's when Dallas's defense is at its best because, hey, Bosa and Parsons are the 2 best defensive players in the NFL. And they're different, but when you give them, hey, they're not running the ball, they can cause so much havoc. And so the key for Dallas is wanting Parsons to be in those passing situations where he can put a lot of pressure on Purdy.
Oh, that's interesting. Mike Bassick, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Also the Rangers pre- and post-game. Pre- and post host on Bally Sports Southwest. Mike, you bring up that defense. I want to go to the offense for a second with the Dallas Cowboys. They probably are feeling a bit confident against this 49ers defense after what we've seen from the Niners defense on tape over the last month. They've given up a lot of deep shots, Mike, a lot of deep passes. DK Metcalf had his way. Now, they did get the rush because they had to lead early on, but that Dallas offense probably is feeling a bit confident this Sunday against this Niners defense, huh?
I would say kind of, because of the inconsistency of Dak Prescott, right? Dak looked like arguably the best quarterback in Wild Card Weekend. But then you saw him the week before against Washington look like a guy who you're scared to death to take into the playoffs. And so that's the thing about Dak Prescott. If Dak Prescott plays the way he did on Monday night, I think the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. I'm not predicting that. But if Dak plays that well, now he's in that top 5 quarterback category. Unfortunately, we've seen from Dak, even go back to last year in the playoffs against San Francisco, where he can look very average and have moments but look very average. So we are excited about that. The thing is, maybe for San Francisco, which helps out, CeeDee Lamb is not like a huge deep threat. He can catch a deep ball here and there, but he's not like a guy like DK Metcalf. He's more of a guy that works the middle of the field. He's best in the slot. Probably Dalton Schultz is the second best kind of pass catcher for the Cowboys. So in one way, it could be a little bit of an advantage for San Francisco that the Cowboys don't really have a true deep threat because Michael Gallup's coming off of the knee injury and has not been the same this year.
Last year, with all the penalties they racked up, and then obviously the situational football down the stretch, it's hard for just the average fan to not point at Mike McCarthy and be like, dude, what are you doing over there? He's had a great year this year. But how much pressure is on him, especially with all this Sean Payton stuff going around? We know Sean Payton's got ties to the Cowboys to some degree. So how much pressure is on Mike McCarthy heading into this game?
From my perspective, very little. I think his job is secure. Here's the deal from Sean Payton. Yes, Jerry and Sean have a relationship. Stephen Jones really runs the Cowboys now. Jerry didn't even know who Chris Godwin was when we interviewed him on Friday. So he's not following the game anymore. He has turned the team over to Stephen Jones. He will never give up owner, president, general manager, because if they do win, he wants all the praise. His ego is that big. But really, it's Stephen Jones's he's running the show. Stephen Jones does not want Sean Payton at all because Sean Payton likes running personnel. He likes controlling the salary cap, and we saw what he did to New Orleans cap. He likes controlling draft and trading in the draft, and Stephen Jones and Will McClay will never let that happen. Those are really the two people running it. So yes, there are rumblings of Sean Payton, but from the people that know Sean Payton, because he does live in the Dallas area and has, even though he's coached the Saints this whole time, most people will tell you that are close to the Cowboys, Stephen Jones will never let Sean Payton be the head coach.
Mike Bassick here on a Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Last one before we get you out. We do have John Lynch coming up at 8 o'clock to break down this matchup as well. Last year, I know there was a lot of talk heading into the week, that wild card game. I know Michael Parsons was saying, hey, man, I used to beat up bullies growing up. Have the Cowboys kind of circled the 49ers on? I know they weren't on a schedule in the regular season, but have they looked at the 49ers saying, we want to get another crack at that team at some point this year?
I love the question, and I will say yes to this. Whether it's interviewing Odigizua, who's a defensive tackle, we've talked to them about getting bullied in that game. And they said that is our goal, and that was their goal in the preseason, and that was their goal in the season. And I don't know if they totally accomplished it, but they did not want to get bullied. And what a game here to see if the Cowboys will get bullied or if they will be able to change the kind of scenario and the storyline of this game, because going into it, it does look like San Francisco can bully almost anybody in the NFL. And if you can put, I don't know, I think Brock Purdy's done a great job, but he is a rookie. If you can put more on Brock Purdy's shoulders, and he did a great job in the second half, but will he do it again? If you can be in a 1 or 2 point game and maybe make San Francisco more of a passing team than a ball control team, could Brock Purdy make a mistake that the Cowboys take advantage of? I know it was a long time ago, but I rewatched the 92 championship game.
Oh, why are you doing this?
Well, young Troy Aikman, this is how games can change, where anything can happen. Troy Aikman, to start the third quarter, has a drive, and right around midfield, he throws an interception to Bill Romanowski. He dropped the ball. If Bill Romanowski, this is just how many times games change. If Bill Romanowski catches that ball, returns it to, let's say, Dallas's 35 or so, like a 10 or 15-yard return, how much does the game change that now San Francisco's driving the ball to start the third quarter and takes the lead, rather than he drops that pass, Dallas drives and takes a 2-score lead? And that's just, to me, I don't want to call it luck. My dad taught me, look, the harder you work, the luckier you get. So I hate when people say you get lucky, because I think you work hard enough to make your own luck. But when you look at stuff like that and you go, man, you catch that ball, we probably win that game. You drop that ball, and it gave them the opportunity to drive down, put a 2-score lead that San Francisco could never come back from. So that those those single moments can cause a win or loss in these games.
Yeah, like the second play of that game with the hold that Bonte still says is a hold, and I don't care what he says.
It's a holding call. It was
an 80-yard touchdown.
I lied for so many years, Mike, about that not being a holding call, and watching it back the other day, Guy McIntyre definitely hooked him, and I was a holding call.
Forget that. We're all about the same age, and I know you're a Texas boy, and so you love to see him. I hated Jimmy Johnson's face. Hated his face.
I still hate Jerry Jones.
I hate Alvin Harper. When he went to Tampa Bay, I was like, thank you, God. We're finally going to beat you guys because there's no Alvin Harper. Who did you hate on the Niners? Keep it real.
You know who I hate, and I think we're going to have on because he's a Dallas guy? Merton Hanks and that stupid neck.
Oh, of course. The chicken dance. Yeah.
Number 36.
Yeah.
He's a great player, and obviously he made plays. You don't hate the bad players. You hate the ones that make plays to beat you. So Merton Hanks was a very good player, but that neck thing that he did and everything, I think, drove a lot of Dallas people insane.
I mean, the game may come down to just Nick Bosa and Micah Parsons. Who has the better day? Michael Parsons had a hell of a day last week against Tampa Bay. Last Monday against Tampa.
Put a phone in Micah's hands.
Yeah,
maybe he'll just tweet all game.
Yeah, well, Micah, he loves Twitter, doesn't he, Mike?
Yeah, it's the new age, right? I mean, I wasn't around during Twitter when I played. It was just getting started. But I tell you what, man, Micah Parsons, this is my opinion. It started becoming football relevant around 1985. Micah Parsons is the best defensive player for the Dallas Cowboys I've ever seen. Better than DeMarcus Ware.
Haley?
Better than Haley. I just think
White.
that this guy is going to be one of those, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be one of those elites that we talk about, one of the greatest defensive players in NFL football.
Wow, Mike, good stuff as always, man. We love talking to you. We'll talk to you during basketball season as well. I know the Mavericks are playing some good basketball. Luka looking like an MVP. Mike, thanks for the time as
you're
always.
The best, Mike.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Good luck Sunday, but not too much.
No doubt about it. 3:30
You should get your
p.m.
leg warmed up. They might need you to kick in that game.
Mike Bassick appearing on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We love Bud Light here on the Morning Roast. We love it here at 95.7 The Game. By the way, this Friday,
Did
Jerry
John
Rice.
Curley seal that deal?
Who knows? This John Curley still works here? Yeah, oh yeah, he does love Bud Light. Forgot John Curley with the Bud Lights. He probably did seal that deal. I haven't seen John Curley since his first day here. What is he doing? Is he working?
Of course he is.
Guy left radio.
A lot of Bud Light Platinums for that guy.
He left our show, went somewhere in Santa Clara, and then came back here to the sales department.
Needed a cooling off period.
He needed to get away from us, huh?
He needed to get away from you.
Me. How you feel about that, Lubman? You doing the same thing next? Going into sales? I haven't seen Lubman all day. Hell's Lubman up to?
He's getting ready to kill the program director.
He's still depressed over Carlos Correa? You see that Athletic article about Carlos Correa? Oh, my God.
Yeah, I read the whole thing.
Yeah.
That was frustrating.
That wasn't even the most frustrating article to come out in the last week. It was the Giants farm system where there's like the top 20 players, and I swear to God, 11 of them have back injuries. What is going on? Today's not the day. I'm sorry.
It's not the day. Yeah, this Friday, Jerry Rice is joining the roast at 8:30, and at that time, we're giving away a chance to win Jerry Weiss. I say Jerry Weiss like Mike Tyson. Jerry Weiss.
There's a guy
Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz Legends Arcade console by Arcade One Up Official. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. The only way you can win this NFL Blitz Legends Arcade console is by subscribing to our YouTube page right now at 95.7 The Game. That is 95.7 The Game. We're humming right now with 650 people watching the live stream. Thanks so much to everybody out there watching, of course, on the Odyssey app. Terrestrial radio, if you're in a car radio, whatever you're doing to listen to the roast, we appreciate it. Always appreciate it. 957thegaveshop.com. Don't forget about that. 957thegaveshop.com. Get some merchandise.
Who do you have more faith in general? Not like fourth quarter, just in general, in a game like this. Is it the guy? I can't believe I'm saying this. Is it freaking Brock Purdy or is it Dak Prescott?
I mean, we've never seen Purdy in this position.
I know. But we've seen Dak at times in situations like these, and I don't even know what I'm going to get from him.
Boy, that's a great question.
Dak almost let it come back last year at a wild card game.
Yeah, then did one of the dumbest things that I've ever seen.
Well, it was a dumb play call. It was idiotic. It was idiotic. I would trust Dak just because of the experience.
Yeah, because it to me, if I say out loud, I trust Brock more, that sounds really foolish.
Let's be honest here. We were discussing this, and we're going to have John Lynch coming up in 23 minutes. Cannot wait for John Lynch.
And I'm not diminishing Brock. It's like resume and
let's be honest. The last two first halves, Brock Purdy has been shaky.
Yes.
That is just the truth.
He's made some plays, but there's been a lot of plays. We were talking about, like, and Bassick brought it up, a throw to Romanowski that he should have intercepted.
He drops it.
There's been about 6 or 7 throws that could have easily gone in the other direction, that could have changed the games dramatically the last couple weeks.
Last week, Seattle had a chance to pick off 3 passes in that first half. 3. And remember, the Niners were down 17-16. All right? I love what Brock Purdy has done.
And he's flipped the switch in the second half.
He has. I love what Brock has done. Dak's the better quarterback. There's no doubt. Like I could be the biggest Niner homer on the planet.
Well, Dak's resume is better.
Dak's resume is so much better.
It's undeniable.
I mean, what Dak did last week was just unbelievable against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay had a respectable defense. He carved them up.
If I flip-flop the quarterbacks in a scenario like this,
we feel like the Niners will win by 3 touchdowns.
That's what I'm saying, right? With this offense, if I gave Dak this offense, this play calling, this defense, I think we would all feel different about it, right?
Right, I would.
And I'm trying to respect Dak is what I'm getting at here. I'm trying to respect him.
And I do respect Dak. Now,
I think he's a good player.
He is.
To me, he's like a B+. And I don't mean that in a negative. I just think, like, if Mahomes is an A, right, we're great on
Dak's
a curve.
a B+.
Like, even Burrow would be like an A-. You know what I mean? Like, he's not even an A. Like, you get where I'm going?
No, I get exactly
Dak's a B+.
Dak's solid.
Who can play A level.
Look, Brock struggled in that first half, but look, in the second half, he lit it up. But when you watch that film and you go to watch JT O'Sullivan's quarterback school and you go back and watch the game and you're like, honestly, the Niners scored 41. They should have scored 55. They settled for field goals in the red zone just like they did last year in the wild card game against Dallas. They were up 16-7 at the half against Dallas. It should have been 24-7, Shasky. They dominated that first half. Now, we know what Jimmy Garoppolo did in the second half of that football game. He almost threw up over himself. He threw for 39 yards in that second half.
The thing
39 yards.
I don't think people were like, and everyone was like, they won in Dallas. Like, they held on
for dear life.
And they should have won going away.
They should have won that game 38-23.
The throw he made into the flat, I still to this day, I just don't know. That's one of the worst throws I've ever seen anyone throw.
I mean, Jimmy last year in that second half, I'm going to pull these numbers up in the second half because he was just absolutely abysmal. He was abysmal in that second half. I don't think Brock Purdy's that bad. I really don't. But this is a divisional round playoff game. Is this rookie going to ever show nerves? Like, and that's the craziest thing about it. Like, he had a subpar first half last week against Seattle. And next thing you know, in the second half, you look calm, cool, and collected, made some great plays, rolled around, right? Like, that's the thing. You roll around like that against Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence.
The rollout left, it worries me.
That's going to be a problem.
I'll give him this, though, because he's done a really good job of negating. So, like, when a play's dead, he'll keep it alive as long as he can. But then when it's dead, he'll throw it away. He's done a really good job of that. Here's what I worry. He's done a great job being just a step ahead of somebody, like a very frenetic way of doing it and, like, waiting till the last second. Some of these defenders for the Dallas Cowboys,
they like to bite and gamble.
They close out quicker.
And they gamble.
I have more respect for this defense than I did even Seattle last week. Much more.
Yeah, don't you agree, though?
This is number two
gamble.
defense in the league.
Diggs gambles. Oh, they turn you over.
No doubt, but I'm saying closeout speed on the edges.
Oh, yeah, they're athletic.
They're way more like this. We're talking about one of the most athletic fronts in the game, right? I don't know if you can do a lot of those spin outs to the left.
I don't know. Let's take some calls here before we get to John Lynch in 15
I'm so
20
fired
minutes.
up to talk to John Lynch.
Yeah, I can't wait. Cannot wait. Coach in Vallejo, what's happening?
Hey,
You're on
Coach.
the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. Good, Coach.
Great. This game is really exciting for me, and I'm going to be watching. Bosa is going to be going up against Tyron Smith, if at the left end, and Tyron at the right tackle. And Dallas' offensive line really came into play when Tyron came back and put him on the right side, and the rookie Tyler Smith, who's an absolute road grader, at left tackle. So Dallas is really strong at the tackle.
I agree.
On the other end, Trent Williams versus Michael Parsons. That's going to be a big issue. Parsons' speed against the strength and size of Trent Williams.
Don't you think they'll line him up against McGlinchey?
I think, Michael plays both sides, but they usually like to put DeMarcus on the left side and Michael on the right side of the Cowboys' defense. And so I think the game could actually boil down to that. Which tackles play the best on the offensive end, blocking those pass rushers?
Yeah, no, that's a big
good call, Coach.
I mean, that's how you lose playoff games.
Yes.
You have poor offensive line play, you're not winning in the playoffs.
In the NFC Championship game, I think lost in the sauce is Trent Williams had a really bad ankle injury.
Bad ankle, and they had a bad day at the office against Aaron Donald and company. You think about Super Bowl 54. The offensive line broke down in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Chris Jones dominated. Dominated. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Like the Chiefs lost that Super Bowl to Tampa Bay because their offensive line, they just weren't healthy. That's why I think Cincinnati's going to get rolled against Buffalo. Because that offense, they're missing 3 starters.
Don't sleep on Burrow, though.
I'm not sleeping on Burrow, but is he going to have time to throw?
No, but he's
a baller.
I'm done. He got tagged more in the playoffs last year than any quarterback ever, it felt like.
And he damn near almost.
And he almost pulled it out. So I'm not going to down him.
In that Tennessee game. Sacked 8 times.
Dude, last week when Williams went down, he was jumping, cutting, and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. That dude is special. Joe Burrow is like, he's on another level.
He's good.
I was late to the Joe Burrow party after watching him very closely last year. He's a superstar.
No, he's a superstar, but protection.
No, I agree with you. It can kill. Look at Mahomes in the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay.
And I get Buffalo. Struggled against Miami, but divisional games are different.
They are different.
Divisional games are different. Look at what the way the Niners struggled with Seattle in that first half. Divisional game, man. These divisional games are something else. There's another division game too this weekend, right? It was Bills, Dolphins,
Ravens,
Bengals. Think about, we all thought the Bengals were going to roll. Bengals should have lost that game.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Tyler Huntley fumbles at the 1. They're going up 17-10. Next thing you know, Hubbard's running the other way.
That was the second I think America realized that I've been right about Al Michaels the whole time, as Tirico gave one of the greatest calls you've ever heard in your life.
Unbelievable call. And you get Al Michaels sleep at the wheel with Tony Dungy. Unreal. Let's go to Daryl and Oakland. Daryl and Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. There's one aspect of Brock Purdy that I want to say that I think he's the best I've ever seen
What's that?
at the quarterback position, and that's his ability to scramble and throw away the ball on a split-second decision.
Yeah.
I think he's the best I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen anybody as good as him. And so when we're talking about you were late to the Joe Burrow thing, I'm like, don't be late to the Brock Purdy party because he is an A. He is. I've played quarterback in high school. I've never seen anybody do that as good.
Where'd you play high school? Where'd you play quarterback at?
Northgate.
Northgate? Where's that? Oh, is that Concord? Where's Northgate at? Walnut Creek. Northgate High School. What league is that?
I don't know. It was like 40 years ago.
What kind of offense? I'm intrigued.
When Pete Carroll calls you Fran Tarkenton, I mean, that's high praise.
Daryl, what kind of offense did you run at quarterback?
I don't like the ones that you see in Joe Montana football in 1994, like pro set, I set, pro I, and you just run the ball, and then maybe you did a quick out here and there, and that's about it. It wasn't really complex, quite honestly.
Daryl, you came in so strong, and the story is slowly starting to rip apart.
Well, that's just Northgate football for you. You always think it's going to be good, but it always fizzles out and is very, very unexciting.
West Coast offense. They're running the West Coast offense, baby.
Right, it's losing offense out there, more like it.
Love it. I did not know you had this in the bag. What's the hate for Northgate?
Well, I'm a Los Lomas grad, and Northgate is our rival.
What about YV?
No, they're not the rival.
I never played YV, so.
Really?
No, Northgate was our crosstown rival, so Battle of the Creek.
Who is the Los Lomas Lions?
Los Lomas Knights.
The fighting Knights. The fighting Knights.
I mean, isn't that like redundant? Don't Knights just fight?
Defend. That's what they do.
Yeah, I like it.
Defend the innocent, all that fun stuff.
We are the Knights who say knee. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
Monty Python.
Thank you.
What is that?
You don't know what Monty Python is?
No.
It's a group of like British comedians, very famous, influential. John Cleese,
Are you
among
serious?
others.
If I don't know them, they might not
The
be
Life
that
of
famous.
Brian?
They may not be
Monty
that famous.
Python?
Holy Grail.
If I don't know them, they may not be that famous.
Well, they're British, so they're very popular in England.
I don't know them. They must not be famous.
They're not
That's
popular.
just such an untrue statement.
They're not popular in America. They're popular in England. I don't give a damn about what's going on in England. I care about what's going on in the States.
What was the knight who's got his arms all chopped off and the legs chopped off?
The Black Knight, right?
The flesh wound?
Yeah, tis me a flesh wound.
Yeah.
B, you don't know about Monty Python?
No.
You got some homework this weekend.
Rick Sandoval. I'm not watching Monty Python. It's playoff football.
Monty Python's hilarious.
Rick Sandoval. Bonte was
I don't
watching
know if it
CB.
holds up, but-
Bonte was watching CB4, not Monty Python.
I watched CB4 too.
Wi-Fi.
Cell Block 4. Chris Rock, baby. Let's go.
Let me see. Monty Python.
MC Gusto.
I'm going to look this up right now. Monty Python. Comedy. All right. Let's see. Monty Python.
So from the 650. Monty is for the whites. That's a funny line.
Yeah, I wouldn't be into this, man.
It's very silly British humor.
Yeah.
If you're into like Mr. Bean type stuff, like that kind of thing, like it's very silly.
I'll take the L because I don't know who they are, but Monty
for
Python.
someone who didn't have cable, it was on
Right.
PBS all the time.
Yeah, I wasn't watching much PBS.
There's
Especially
only like
after
4
dark.
channels.
Yeah, I wasn't watching PBS. You know, Reading Rainbow wasn't on, so I wasn't watching.
That was an elite show.
That was.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? Come on.
By the way, I want to laugh real quick before we get John Lynch on. I want to laugh real quick.
Which part?
Man, I don't think we had that sound. We don't have that sound of Sleepy Joe. They have Steph, Dre, and
No, he didn't.
Yeah, dude. He forgot Klay Thompson.
No, he didn't.
He got Klay Thompson.
Joe Biden forgot who Klay Thompson was?
He forgot who Klay Thompson was.
Oh, boy.
Why do everybody's get Monty Python? Michael Hernandez. I've never seen Monty. Don't know Monty. Damn shame. Comedy. Come on. I'm not going to read that one. I would have pushed back against this challenge. Hosted snitching movies. Liar. I want to go back to Daryl playing quarterback at Northgate. Because it's like he played quarterback 4 years, so he knows what great quarterback play is.
That's like me saying, you know what, I pitched in 7th grade, so I know what an elite splitter looks like.
Yeah, I was the punt snapper on my Pop Warner team. True story for the San Francisco Seahawks. I know what Tabor Pepper goes through. I know what he goes through. I was a sinner. Come on.
Played Pee Wee football wide receiver, Monterey Razorbacks. Shout out. Me and T.O.
The Monterey
very
Razorbacks?
comparable players. The Monterey Razorbacks.
No,
They're
I know,
Pee Wee
but you and
football.
who? Oh, I thought you and who?
T.O.
Oh, T.O.
Very similar.
Oh,
Very similar.
Builds. Yeah, we were very similar.
How many catches?
Making a joke here, guys. Come on.
Yeah, Monterey Razorbacks.
Just laugh.
Just laugh a little bit. I want to know how many catches did you have, Spinotti? Did you guys throw the ball, run the ball? What do you guys do?
Big power running football. I occasionally got something thrown my way when I wasn't lining off offsides and,
Wing T?
Yeah.
Wing T offense?
Power run.
Power.
A lot of I formation.
A lot of I.
Yeah.
Watch out for those Monterey Razorbacks.
So now that we're here,
I don't think they exist anymore.
Now that we're here, Monty Python, obviously you didn't watch, but you did watch CB4. How about don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood? Is that the name of the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch that one?
Of course.
Oh, come on, it's a classic.
It's classic. Absolute classic. Absolute classic. Somebody wants me to take my radio person. Am I different on radio and TV?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
How so?
Well, on TV, you're like, "Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and we're here." And I know the Warriors just lost their 87th straight road game in a row, but here are the 4 things they did really well.
You also can't be as relaxed on TV as you are on radio.
Come on,
you're not
Mully.
you're not
Come
allowed
on,
to.
Mully.
You have to have more.
Yeah, and
come
you
on.
don't attack your co-host like you do on this show.
No, I don't attack you. I show you so much
You
love.
throw lobs like Dwayne Wade to LeBron James in that still photo to Mully and Festus. Then you get out here with me, and it's like, ISO 101, I'm taking Shasky down. He too small. He too small.
Steph calling out Festus the other day, not having enough energy, was hilarious after
That was
the game.
pretty good. That was pretty good. And Steph laughing at my joke. He even bent down and laughed at my joke. He bent down like it was the funniest thing in the world.
He did
Steph
say
Curry.
that you were the hardest working man in media.
He did. Remember that?
I do.
Shasky, remember that?
But like a good wingman, I was like, he is.
But, hey, and like a good wingman back, what did I do? I said, hey, Steph, come here. My guy over here loves golf. And what happened? I stood back, and you guys talked about golf courses for 3 minutes. Did I not? It was Steph turned around and said, hold on, I got to talk golf with my guy, Shasky.
He did.
His posse parted like the Red Sea.
So TV Bonte, this is what 510 says, uses his, hey, sorry to bother you voice on television.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all, man. That's not true, man.
Come on, that's pretty funny.
Man, you guys bully me. I throw nothing but I average so many triple doubles on this show and television. It's not even funny.
Dude,
I break Magic Johnson's record for most triple doubles.
My watch is vibrating like crazy. Everybody's saying that TV Bonte totally different from radio.
No,
Bonte.
that's not true.
Completely different person.
That's not true. We got no rules here. The FCC's not listening to us. We do whatever the hell we want to do.
Why can't you be as lovable as you are on television?
Why do you have to come down Javier and Vacaville's Road? Come on, man. I'm the same guy. Oh, man. John Lynch coming up. I can't wait.
I do love
wait.
you.
Man, I'm out here like Jason Kidd and Shasky. Oh, hey, Steph, my guy loves golf. Boom.
No, the best is now I'm a prop for television jokes. Whereas anytime Clay gets brought up, zone defenses get brought up,
Bully does it, not me.
Coaching X's and O's. It's like, how you the morning roast, Shasky? Yeah, that CYO defense. You tell him, Bonte.
What about
what the roast gonna be talking about tomorrow, Bonte?
We're not gonna panic on this panel like the morning roast.
Yeah, he always does that.
Calling us
It's
out,
like,
man.
come on, Mully, you know I'm providing incredible content for the Bay Area.
That's all we do.
Where would you be without my irrational
man.
comments on a daily basis?
Oh, man. Radio Bonte is New York. TV Bonte is California. Radio Bonte is better. Oh, man, that's big money Bonte, so I'm not mad at you. Dude, this is funny. We'll have fun here. I have a lot of fun here. By the way, Mark Willard, the changeover, it's going to be very emotional in an hour. Very emotional.
Why is that?
Oh, you heard the changeover with him and Steiny and Guru?
Oh, boy.
He tried to be like the AK-47 on us. Well, you know what? Like Call of Duty, we clap back, baby.
So TV Bonte's not making an appearance during crossover.
No, that will not be TV Bonte. That will be Filmo California Bonte. That won't even be Radio Bonte. Oh, maybe keep it easy. I know how people get emotional around these parts. All right, John Lynch coming up. Injury report time.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm.
Wow.
Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I'm going to shed a tear right now, Shasky.
What's that?
You know, I always hope my daughter would be a sports fan or 49er fan.
Okay.
And this week, she watched this on YouTube. And she goes, Mama, 49er shirt. I want to wear it. Today it was Mama 49er jacket, put on.
Oh, let's go.
She's ready to roll.
That.
She's ready to rock and roll for the Dallas
with
Cowboys. With the Uggs.
Let's
the 49er
go.
jacket with the Uggs.
Let's go.
Mama, 49er jacket, put it on. Damn.
Let's go.
It's my daughter, man. I'm shedding a tear right now.
No need to do the DNA test on that one.
Dude, Shaska,
It's very apparent.
I want to cry right now. You have no idea. This makes me so happy.
Maury, you are the father.
Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy announced yesterday that left tackle Jason Peters is day-to-day and will be held out of practice today. Peters is dealing with a hip injury he sustained during the Cowboys' wildcard win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is not an ideal place to be dealing with health issues. With Nick Bosa on deck, Peters, you better get right. If Peters is not available, the Cowboys will most likely turn to Tyler Smith to fill in on the left side of the offensive line. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. The next segment is presented by nobody. John Lynch is joining us. John Lynch, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
Reimagine the team around the big three, Steph, Draymond, and Kai. Well, you guys are so incredible. I mean, get up to 72 feet.
Hall of Famer and 49ers GM John Lynch joins the Morning Roast today at 8.
Brock earned his way on our roster, and every step of the way he's kind of checked the box. So it was practice, then it was preseason games, and then it was regular season practices, and then he goes in these games the last couple weeks and really has handled himself well, and we're very fortunate to have him.
John Lynch, this morning at 8 a.m., right here on 95.7 The Game.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The listening you love is on the free Odyssey app. Your trusted local radio stations, coverage of your favorite teams, live news from your hometown, and millions of podcasts on demand. Best of all, you can completely customize your listening experience. Follow topics you care about, like leagues and teams. Pause or rewind your local sports and news, and add shows to your queue to catch up later. There's a lot to listen to, so get started and download the free Odyssey app today.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Stock up on GE Sync Reveal 60-watt dimmable smart LED light bulbs for just $9.98 each. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 1/12 to 1/18.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
When choosing a wireless provider, you're forced to compromise. But what if you didn't have to? What if you could get reliable service without a contract and save money? Introducing Total by Verizon, a new no-contract, no-credit check carrier for you and your family, with plans starting at just $30 a month on America's most reliable 5G network. Total by Verizon is available at totalbyverizon.com and at retailers nationwide, based on first-place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 5G assessments of 125 metros. Experiences may vary, not an endorsement.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, baby. Welcome to the 8 o'clock hour here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We're having a lot of fun. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. We see you guys all on YouTube getting ready for John Lynch, who joins us on the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, especially during the 49ers game where they are rolling, and they get to rock and roll Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday at 3:30 p.m. John Lynch, GM of the 49ers, joins us here in the Morning Roast with Joe Shatzky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. John, good morning. Welcome back to the Roast. And I believe we talked to you last year right before the Dallas Cowboys game, so maybe this is a good omen.
Let's hope so. That's what I'm saying. Same time, same place. But it's good to be on with you, and obviously a very exciting week. And 49ers Cowboys doesn't get any better than that.
It does not get any better than that, and we'll get to Brock Purdy in just in just a second because we have a lot of questions about Mr. Irrelevant, who is now irrelevant. But we want to start with the Christian McCaffrey trade because we like to joke around, Shashki and I, saying that, hey, you guys were down there in Marie P. DeBartolo way listening to the Morning Roast thinking, maybe those guys are up to something about Christian McCaffrey. You guys swing the big deal for Christian McCaffrey, and the hell with the picks because CMC is a factor. Can you take us through the negotiations or how that trade transpired to get Christian McCaffrey midseason? Because you guys haven't looked back with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, he's been a godsend. I'll tell you, everything you see on the field, you think you know a player, and then it's always you have a little bit of a different reality when you see him up close when they're on your team, and he's just as good as we ever thought he was on the field or better. I think the intelligence that he plays with is really just elite. His skill, his versatility, all that. But I just think the commitment to being that player is probably what you don't know from afar. And man, this guy, I tell people all the time, he works coach's hours. He's here in the morning. When you get here, he's still here when you're leaving. And it's just so impressive. And I think there's an aura of confidence that comes with having a guy like Christian on your side. He's kind of our version of Bosa on defense, and he's been tremendous. I think the way he kind of assimilated into our team, like right away, it was like he was an instant leader. He just fit really well, and we always felt like this was a guy who we admired as we started thinking and started hearing that he might be available. You start thinking, wow, this is a guy we really like where our offense is at. Do we need to do something? No, but this is a guy, if there's a guy to go get, this is a guy who could, the word we kept using was unlock what we do and make us even more tough to deal with. And I think the results have been tremendous, and I can't say enough about the way he prepares. And so it's been a great example. The productivity's been great. It's really been a nice deal for this organization.
Yeah, I mean, it feels, and you kind of identified it there, like what he does spacing-wise on that field to open things up for Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and just his versatility in the run and pass game, and just formationally, it feels like this is the most open and dynamic and explosive this offense has ever been in your tenure.
Yeah, I think so. And, I think that goes to the development. A lot of that is the development of other players. Our offensive line's playing as well as it's played since we've been here. I'm really proud of those guys. There's guys you expect like Trent Williams, who's as good as there is, good a football player as there is in this league, let alone offensive tackle. Aaron Banks has had a fabulous year, really come into his own. Jake Brindell's really held down the center. You got that rotation with the rookie Burford and Danny Brunskill, who kind of comes in, and they've done a nice job playing. I think McGlinchey's, people like talking all the time about what he doesn't do, but I think he's been really Mike's played his best football, particularly in the last month or so. And so those guys are, but Christian, he does. You're right about the spacing. Checkdowns that used to be 4 yards are all of a sudden becoming 12, 13. It's just, it's added a whole nother dimension. And then to be able to spell him with a guy like Elijah Mitchell, and now that you're having him back healthy, to be able to put Debo on one side, Christian on the other, just presents a lot of challenges that the whole league is, having to deal with. And we're fortunate to have him.
John Lynch, GM of the 49ers here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We like to keep it real on the roast, John, and we will get roasted if we don't. And one thing we said about Brock when he came in was like, boy, the 49ers going to be able to hold up? Are they going to be able to win the division with Brock Purdy at quarterback? Well, all he's done since he started is win every game. And in the second half last week, he really lit it up against Seattle. What has amazed you the most about Brock Purdy in his short tenure with the 49ers so far?
I think just the poise, the presence, the pressure on that position in this league it's immense. It really is. And I think one thing that we saw from day one, he wasn't going to be phased. I talk a lot about early on in OTAs, particularly training camp, when you're not getting many reps, and Brock wasn't. You had Trey getting a lot of reps because we were trying to get him ready. Nate Sudfeld was going to be our backup, and so you're getting him reps. And so the number 3 guy at that point, you're getting 4 or 5 meaningful reps. They're all meaningful, but reps that are kind of live during the course of practice in the team periods. But whenever he went in, he made the right decision, and it was oftentimes a bold decision, not like the safe one, but like fitting into, if throwing into a tight window was the right play, he was doing that. And when you make quick decisions and you anticipate in this league, good things typically happen. So we saw that box being checked from the beginning. Then you get in preseason and he's moving the team, and man, this kid's got some swagger to him. Mm-hmm. And then I think, the thing that probably, like when people say what surprised you, because people say, are you surprised? Obviously with this success we are, how well he's played. But I think the area that probably has surprised us, you saw some running ability in college, but I didn't know he's this good an athlete. He's a very good athlete.
Yeah, same here.
Pete Carroll calling him Fran Tarkington. So, his ability to move on the field and create and extend, that has been, surprising for us. I can't say that we saw that. I saw a good athlete. I did not see this. And so he's been tremendous for us. And, it's been great to see those guys, whether it be Trey early on, Jimmy then came in, and now Brock picks it up. But the way they support each other, I think the job that Brian Greasy has done with them, the job that Kyle's done, kind of tailoring the offense to each one of them, I think that can't go unnoticed. Kyle spends time with those guys every day. So I think the whole picture has just been from that quarterback position, and then Brock especially, here at the end has been tremendous.
Yeah, the short area quickness for him with a guy in his face and just making a guy miss with a subtle little move. I didn't think he had it in the bag. It's hard to tell. Training camp, you can't hit the quarterback. You don't know what's going to translate in terms of scrambling. But, there's a story about how you acquired Jimmy Garoppolo. There's a story about how you guys came to the conclusion to draft Trey Lance. What's the story behind how you drafted Brock Purdy?
Well, the story was he had really good reports. He played a lot of football at Iowa State. That the area scout that was there at the time was a kid. I call him a kid, but Steve Slowick, he's now in-house. He's a pro scout. His brother is Bobby, our pass game coordinator. And Steve was the area scout there. And, Steve would say, guys, I love the player, but you love the player more when you go hear from a head coach like Matt Campbell talk about this guy. And when you're using words like, or description such as this guy is a program changer. He changed our program here. He changed our culture here. Those type of things. So Steve Slowick would always talk about this kid. So you start watching him and you start really appreciating his game. We thought he might come out his junior year. He probably played a little bit better his junior year. Our grades were a little bit higher. He goes back for one more year. And then, prior to the draft, Kyle and I, when we're sitting down, we'd really like to come out of this draft with a young quarterback late in the draft, whether it be, a late draft choice or a free agent. We had some other things that we had to get for our roster that we needed. But man, it'd be nice to come out with a guy we really like and want to invest some time into late. And so, you kind of then scouting kind of hands it over to the coaches, and the coaches and our area scouts work together. And so we handed a bucket of, probably eight to 10 guys down to Brian Greasy and Clay Kubiak. They worked on it together, and they really came out convicted that they wanted to come away, in some form or fashion with Brock Purdy. And, because we had our other needs, we had to add some corners, we had to add an offensive lineman, we were pecking away at those things. And then you get to the end, and there was a linebacker we liked, and then there was Purdy. And you just said, man, we think we have Purdy as a free agent, but, why wait on that? Because we knew there was competition for him as well. We had that last pick. Didn't know if he'd last. As soon as that pick right before us went, we said that, Kyle and I looked at each other and said, let's just pull the trigger and bring him in. And so we did, not to try to be cute with the old Mr. Irrelevant thing. We really liked the guy. And I think the conviction of an area scout like Steve Slowick, the work that Greasy and Clay Kubiak did. They zoomed him a lot. They talked to a lot of people at Iowa State. And when you have that kind of conviction, people really pulling for a guy like that, you feel compelled to do something. And man, I'm sure glad those guys were convicted, because he's really been something special for us, and I'm grateful to all those guys that I mentioned.
Hall of Famer as a player, John Lynch, here on the Bud Light Guest Line, GM of the San Francisco 49ers, and he's helped build this thing brick by brick into a bully, the 49ers, that is. And you brought up Kyle Shanahan and what he's been able to do with all these weapons. Brandon Ayuk goes for over 1,000 yards. George Kittle's just been dynamic over the last 5 weeks of the season. Tebow looked fresh last week against Seattle, especially on that 74-yard catch and run. How has Kyle Shanahan, though, John? You've been with him every step of the way since 2017. How has he grown as a head coach to what he is today from where he was in 2017?
That's a great question. I think he came in pretty damn good. I really do. And I knew, I had broadcasted games. I had played for his dad, broadcasted a lot of games that he was the offensive coordinator. So I knew, like, this guy's different. The level, the ingenuity, the detail, the rapport with players, those things travel. Those things your eyes can see. What I didn't know, a head coach is up in front of a team every single day, and you have to be able to command their attention, command their respect. And so I was blown away, when Kyle, right at the start, had never been a head coach, and the way he got up and earned those guys' respect and earned their loyalty and all those things. So I thought he was really good from the start, but we all evolve. I think we've probably evolved together. I think some of the things we've learned in the talent acquisition and the type of players we want. You talked about being a bully. Mm-hmm. Early on we were so hell-bent on having speed, and we wanted to improve the speed, and we wanted people who could separate. Well, so you start picking players like that, but probably a lesson we learned, and how you end up with a guy like Debo is you need some bullies. You need those guys, and that are going to play with some power and all that. So there's lessons like that. But I think other things, you have to be okay, sometimes with playing younger players, and I think we've done a better job of that and letting those guys develop. And you're going to have some pitfalls early when you do that, but you're going to reap the rewards when you put in that time. And so I think there's things that everybody evolves, but I guess the answer to that question, I think he came in really good. I think we're very fortunate. I know that we're very fortunate to have him as our head coach here. He's been great for me to partner with. He's loyal as the day is long, and he's special, and we're very fortunate to have him here with the Niners.
Yeah, and I think the underrated aspect of it's obviously the stars speak for themselves. Debo and Kittle and all these guys, they pop off the screen. I'm impressed with the Burford and the Bankses and the Hufangas and the Gibsons and the Diamondor Lenores. And I guess that goes back to the staff. They've lost a zillion people off this staff. And I look up, and he reworks it every single year. And it's all these new guys. You referenced Greasy, and who knows what happens with DeMeco Ryans this offseason. How he's built the staff, I think that's the most impressive thing for me, because every year you're losing 3 and 4 different guys.
Yeah, and that's a challenge, and I think when you build a place where people want to be, they hear, and that goes to our ownership. The things, the only question Kyle and I ever get from the York family, from Jed specifically, is, obviously you have budgets and things, but is it going to help us win? And I think, I talk about things traveling, word traveling. That word travels. People want to be here. People want a part of what we have. I think, we have a real fun environment where people come to work every day and look forward to coming to work. And, now we're starting to consistently win. And so we got to make good upon that. But, that ability to reload has been tremendous for Kyle. And I think when you become one of those destinations where people want to be to build, you can endure some of that. It is difficult. We lost another one yesterday, Rand Carthon.
Yeah.
So happy for him. One of my great friends in this world, and I'm so happy for him. So you're really fired up, but there is a void. You're like, okay, how are we going to replace this? But that's why I think we're so in our process and about developing young talent, because you always have to be prepared for somebody leaving. And I think that's one thing that, we prided ourselves in, is you're always developing the younger scouts so that you can just, it's hard to replace some of these guys, but there are people there that are qualified and ready and prepared. And so it's something we think about a lot. And, I guess they say imitation is the greatest form of flattery. So when people are taking your people, you're doing something right.
John Lynch here on the Morning Rush on 95.7, courtesy of the Bud Light Guest Line. Who wanted the Cowboys more, the NFL as a league or Jan York?
Ooh. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just such a great matchup. I think it's ironic that, it was just 2 weeks ago we were watching the highlights of the 50th anniversary of the catch and all that. So storied rivalry. Most importantly for us, as we start our preparation and continue our preparation this week, they're a really good football team. We saw that. Everybody who watched them play against Tampa, on Monday night saw that. So I think it's going to be a tremendous matchup. We have a lot of respect for their organization, a lot of respect for their players, a lot of respect for their team, and we know we have to, right now our focus is solely on preparing, giving ourselves the best chance to go compete and win on Sunday. And man, the environment's going to be special. Levi's is going to be rocking. I know it. And, we don't have to ask for the faithful to show up. I know they're going to show up, but we would enjoy a little added intensity here on Sunday, because they've been a big part. There were some false starts against the Seahawks the other day where they were really flustered because of the energy and passion our crowd was bringing, and so we're looking forward to that, even at a heightened level this Sunday.
John, you're an old school football guy, and when I watch Nick Bosa, I see a guy that it feels like he could play in any era. And he was a little quiet this last weekend, but how important is he to the dynamic of that defense? Because you guys have changed so much personnel. There's been some schematic changes as well, yet he is as good as ever.
Yeah, I find that interesting that, a lot of people were saying, hey, the young tackles, and they're really good. John Schneider is really talented at building great rosters, and he brought some young guys in. They started 2 rookies, but there was a lot of talk that those guys shut Nick out. They didn't, like when Charles Omenihu stripped Gino on that, who forced him up? It was Nick. Nick kind of put him up into the abyss of Charles Omenihu, and Omenihu finished it. Nick always has an impact. You just look at the way schematically people approach us. There's always extra attention on Nick, which frees our other guys up. He's a tremendous player. And I told you guys about Christian's work ethic. There's probably one person in this building who rivals that work ethic, and it would be Nick Bosa. Everything from his diet to his lifting to his approach. This guy his focus in life right now is to be the best football player he can possibly be. He's become a really good leader. These Saturday morning after the walkthrough speeches, and you got to get in there because he speaks softly, but he carries a big stick, and his message is always poignant and powerful. His teammates really kind of thrive and wait for that every week. It's always some tremendous wisdom, and man, he's a special player. We're sure. I don't ever like picking number 2 in the draft. I hope we never do again. But to come out with a player like Nick Bosa, that changes your franchise, and we're reaping the rewards of that now.
Your linebackers, Greenlaw and Warner. I mean, these guys are tone setters. Yeah. And you talk about throwback players. I know they're obviously way more mobile than the old school linebackers that used to go head on with fullbacks. These dudes are just awesome. Do you get a lot of pride watching them out there thumping dudes sideline to sideline?
Love it. I love it. I played on a defense where we had a guy in Derek Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
And he's probably my favorite teammate I've ever had. He's in the top 3-4. And what a player, man. And it was sideline to sideline. It was hitting people and the hitting yardage, like no falling forward. He was knocking them back. Yeah. And we used to play Michael Vick, and we played Michael Vick fairly well. And that was largely in part because, we could put pressure on him, but then we had a guy in 55 that could track him down. That's what these guys remind me of. they've been coached well from the time they've been here. They're both pros. Fred's in that elite, elite leadership, elite, work ethic. He's an example for other players. And then Dre.
He's a maniac, John.
So impactful, man. He's all over the field. I love it. Kyle calls him Tyson. And so he's a tremendous football player. Those guys they're tone setters. I think that's a great way to put it. And,
I love Greenlaw. John, before every game I'm watching him, he's like hitting his helmet.
I love him.
I went up to Seattle and saw him. I'm like, man, this guy's a throwback, dude. And sometimes he's reckless, but you know what? You need some of that on the defense, man. And he's out there popping dudes left and right. Real quick before we get you out of here, John, and we do appreciate the time today. We really do. And we can't wait for Sunday's game against the Cowboys, man. We've been setting the tone on the morning roast all week long. How close, though, were you last year to jumping back into television? You brought up television. You were a great broadcaster. And then I know the rumors were swirling after the NFC title game, but we're thinking, John, you're going to leave this? You just built this, man.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. I get it's a lot of money, man. Are you even thinking about TV right now? What's the focus, man?
No, my focus is on beating the Cowboys. I was humbled, Freddie Godelli, the great producer, long worked with Madden and Michaels and all them. He called at some point and said, "Hey, when you guys are done, I want to talk to you about something." I had no idea what he wanted to talk about. When you have friendships like that, you take the meeting. So my wife and I hosted him in our house, and only to be really shocked. And I knew it was when all of a sudden Amazon executives started showing up at my house. I knew something was up. It was flattering, and they had a vision for what they wanted to do. I listened to the meeting. I had told Kyle and Jed about it, and so they knew, and they were supportive that I should listen. But I had no idea they were gonna have an offer like they did. And so of course you think about it, but it led me to a lot of thinking. Why am I doing this? Why did I do it in the first place? And a lot of it came down to unfinished business. The other thing, I got up in front of our team and I talked about, how we proceed from a heartbreaking loss like the NFC Championship. And, I remember kind of being up there and saying, if I leave now, man, that's not cool, because I'm up here telling these guys how we rebound from this. And if I'm talking about my mind can't be anywhere else. And that's right about when I made my decision. I'm thrilled that I did. I love being here. Man, looking forward to Sunday, trying to get to the next level. The finality of this time of year in the NFL is what makes these moments so great. You don't get them back. And so we got to make the most of them. That starts with our prep, and appreciate your guys' support. Appreciate all the fans, the faithful. They're as good as can be. Our alums are going to be here and in a strong fashion. It's going to be a real fun environment. We got to prepare to play against a really good team and do whatever it takes to move on to the next step.
And it's going to be dry, finally.
Yes.
For the first time, it feels like all year you played more weather games than I can ever remember in Niner history. I cannot wait for Sunday.
Cannot wait for Sunday. The field looked great, by the way, John. Last Saturday, the field looked great with the red paint in the end zones. We're suckers for the saloon font, in those end zones. So it was a lot of fun. And by the way, 2023 season tickets now available. So now's a good time to cash in on those season tickets, John.
We're both season ticket holders, so we know.
We'll be there Sunday. We'll be there next year, the year after that. John, we appreciate the time as always, man.
Yeah, it's fun, fellas. Thanks a lot.
Anytime. Awesome. John Lynch, GM of the San Francisco 49ers here on the Bud Light Guest Line. All postings and guests appear on the Bud Light Guest Line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services. Some takeaways from John Lynch coming up on the Morning Roast with Shasky and Bonte.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
As we head into a new year, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials wants to remind you that they're ready to support your next project. With locations in every corner of the Bay and well-stocked local inventory, they have the resources to provide you what you need when you need it. And that includes delivery to your job site anywhere in the Bay Area because they're dedicated to keep you ahead of your schedule on every single project. And if you're able to do it yourself, you're invited and able to visit a local Golden State lumberyard. The trained staff can share their knowledge and direct you to the materials you need. Click goldenstatelumber.com for GSTV that offers educational and informative videos and spec sheets on a wide range of products. Over the last 70 years, Golden State has grown to include an incredible team of dependable partners and specialists. They've got you covered. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John By's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John By's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
If you want to save money and start the year right, Staples has you covered.
I need everything to restock my business. File folders, break room supplies, even business cards.
Staples has you covered with big savings on everything you need for your home or office. And now at Staples, Rewards members get $30 back via Staples Store Bonus when they spend $100. That's $30 to use toward everything from ink to tech. Save big right now at Staples, the working and learning store. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeemable in-store only. Offer ends 1/21.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
In Santa Clara, partly cloudy, highs near 57.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Because it feels so empty without me. Now this looks like a job for me.
I guess I got to get on that Monty Python. Monty Python. As the road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. People won't let that one go. This Friday, don't forget, Jerry Rice to Go is joining the roast at 8:30. And at that time, we're giving away a chance to win Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz Legends Arcade Console by Arcade One Up Official. All you have to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel, YouTube at 95.7 The Game. Also, don't forget to visit 95.7 The Game shop while you're there, 95.7thegameshop.com. But, of course, the YouTube chat is rolling. Xfinity Mobile text line. We just had John Lynch on, and some people are like, oh, you didn't grill John Lynch about the future, Trey Lance, blah, blah, blah. We got Cowboys on deck. I want to know about the team right now. I want to know about Shanahan. I want to know about McCaffrey. Can't please everybody, but it's all good. It's all good. John Lynch was great. Gave us a nice 27-minute interview, and he's ready to go for Sunday. But I'm fascinated by the fact that he almost jumped, or he at least listened. Not almost jumped, but he listened to Amazon. He listened to the TV producers, rolled it up to his house, saying, hey, John, I've got a boatload of cash. You sure you want to do this?
The other thing that's very interesting, there's no doubt about that. My bigger takeaway was like all this, there's been this like weird thing I've seen in media and just like perception from fans. Brock showed all of this in the preseason and in training camp. And you heard John Lynch say that right then and there. He was only getting one snap. Now, the way it works for people that have never been to practice, and I don't pretend like I'm at every single practice. I'm just telling you my experience. Lance would get 3, 4, 5 plays.
Yep.
Then Sudfeld would jump in there, and he'd get 2 or 3 plays. And then Brock would go in and get 1 play.
1 play. And then it's back to Trey Lance.
And now you can't touch the quarterback. So it's really difficult to try to, figure out, like, is this scrambling? Like, I'm sure if you go to a Lamar Jackson practice for Baltimore, it's really hard to tell how good he is. It's really hard to tell how good the running backs are, Bonte, because you really can't tackle running backs.
Yep.
Now, you can look at their vision and things like that, but you never know how many broken tackles a guy's going to have or what he's going to do when there's actually guys who can take them down in their face in the pocket as a quarterback. So the way I look at it was like, I'm watching the drills and like, yeah, I'm throwing on the run, not so good. But like, I don't know about like this guy's size. How's this going to hold up? And his ability with the quick twitch movement could only be displayed in real game activities.
No doubt.
And that's the area that I underrated the most.
I underrated all that. I underrated every aspect of his game. I just did not see it. What I saw at Iowa State, what I saw in the bowl games, when I saw just
Lynch didn't even see it. He admitted it.
Yeah, he admitted he didn't see it. And that's why when everybody says, Jimmy Garoppolo came back because they weren't sure about Trey Lance. I believe they went to Jimmy Garoppolo because they thought, number one, Nate Sudfeld cannot be your backup quarterback. And number two, they can't go into the season with Brock Purdy as the backup.
Okay.
They needed Trey Lance to have a veteran presence behind them, so why not just look at the practice field or the little baby field and say, hey, Jimmy, you want to restructure the deal? Why don't you just stay here for a little bit? They're going to back up Trey. That's why I truly believe they brought Jimmy G back for that reason, to be the backup and to have a veteran presence behind Trey Lance, and to, in case something went awry with Trey Lance, and it did in the fifth quarter of the season.
But like the way I view these things, and it's like look at the Warriors, right? Like, and using them, they've got a dynasty going right now. Does it even matter that they drafted Draymond Green after Festus Ezeli?
No.
They got
Nobody
him.
cares.
They got him, and it's a steal, and they nailed it, right? And
Nobody cares.
And now he's a Hall of Famer, right?
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares where you get someone once you become that great. So, like, the fact that they have the guy right now, it really doesn't matter where they took him. What matters now is that they're making the most of it, and they've done a great job. I also found it fascinating that their area scout wanted to draft Brock Purdy coming out after his junior year, and then actually they had a higher grade on him coming out his junior year than his senior year.
I'm telling you, the senior year did not go well for Brock Purdy.
All this stuff, like I always knew, and like
nobody
it's
knew.
A crapshoot.
It's
They're
like
playing
saying,
a quarterback this weekend who was drafted in the 4th round.
Right, and nobody knew Dak would be this good.
No, and
Dak
if they
wasn't
did,
even supposed to start that year until Tony Romo got hurt.
And if they did, then people would say, well, why didn't you take him with your 1st round pick? Because if they knew what they knew now, they'd be like, yeah, of course, you take him in the 1st round. Like, that's what you would do. No one thought a lot of these guys would be where they are, and boom, here they are. So I don't know. It's just, I find it interesting because it's such an inexact science to find talent. At one area, it's like
Let me ask you
number
this.
2 overall, Nick Bosa. It's a no doubt about her.
Let me ask you this.
And then 2 years prior, Solomon Thomas. Look what Solomon Thomas is.
Look, did you think Tom Brady was going to be great coming out of Michigan?
No one did. He couldn't even start his senior year because of the baseball guy that was playing. Yeah.
Drew Henson.
Yeah.
And then he started the Orange Bowl and played the Orange Bowl and still got drafted in the 6th round.
Yes.
All right? So nobody knew Tom Brady was going to be good. Nobody knew that Drew Brees would be a great quarterback.
Russell Wilson.
Joe Montana.
Yeah.
Possibly the greatest quarterback of all time.
I know.
You could make the argument him or Tom Brady, whatever.
Yeah.
He was drafted in the 3rd round. Nobody believed Joe Montana.
No.
To be great.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So Brock Purdy, everybody wants to dunk, oh, man, you didn't think Brock was good. Yeah, I'm not the only one. But damn him, I'm happy he is good because guess what? Now the Niners are playing in the divisional round because of Brock Purdy stabilizing the offense and helping this offense go to another level. They scored 30-plus in 7 of the last 9 games. He's pushing the ball downfield. Now, sometimes it's a little dangerous. There's some old no throws that he throws. He throws some old no throws, but he's using the weapons around him. So, the Brock Purdy stuff, Christian McCaffrey, we knew this about McCaffrey, right? Making that trade, becoming available, and then saying, you know what? Let's go get this guy. Let's go get this guy.
Well, I think he's always been a value guy, right? Like, for example, the first ever draft they ever had, they traded down a spot to get more picks because they needed more picks at that point in time, right? And then they went in free agency and they knew they were overspending. And a lot of those deals didn't really work out. Pierre Garçon, Malcolm Smith, Jerick McKinnon, like they knew they were overspending on a lot of those, but they had to elevate the talent level in general. Now the talent level's so good, even if you executed all your draft picks, he's a value guy. He's saying, well, I'm probably not even going to keep that many guys from a draft class. I might as well use some of this ammunition and go get me a guy who could dramatically improve my offense. And he talked about the spatial stuff, the spacing on the field, and what Christian McCaffrey's done. And he even referenced it like it's elevating Debo, it's elevating Kittle, it's elevating the run game in general, I mean, Ayuk, etc. So I find it very, very interesting.
888-957-9570. What's your big takeaway from John Lynch? He was listening to cats at TV in the TV offices. He's listening. Could you really walk away from this? And he said it, I can't walk away from this after losing that NFC Championship game. But think about it, like, I would have a hard time, Shasky, walking away from something, knowing that, hey, man, I helped build this. We're close to winning that Lombardi. If I win that Lombardi, I'm going to get the disease of more to want to win more Lombardis. And then I'm going to become a legend out here. Now, all of a sudden, my name's going to be alongside Karma Policy. Maybe one day my name is alongside Bob Myers. Maybe one day my name is next to Brian Sabian and Sandy Alderson. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about here.
You're gonna laugh at me. You're gonna make fun of me, and I already know it on the front end. But just if you are a hyper competitive person on any level, it's tough watching on the sidelines. You want to be a part of one of the teams. You want to have your imprint on it. I struggle watching others coach as I'm from the sideline. And I'm me. I'm not John Lynch, a Hall of Famer who was a ridiculous all-time safety. Okay, who's also an excellent football evaluator. Clearly. Imagine the level of competitiveness you have to play in the NFL for 15 years and go to the Hall of Fame. You don't just like it.
No.
You
love
live,
it.
eat, breathe, sleep it.
You love it.
All right? So as much as it's easy to go and be a broadcaster, some guys are so wired, they have to be in the mix competitively. I think Jerry Rice is a great example. Yeah. Jerry struggles.
He does.
Watching it.
He does.
He
really
wants to suit up.
Yeah, no, he's on the field before every game. He's running routes. He's running the field. He needs to be out there with the crowd. Yeah. That crowd, the roar from the crowd, it gets to Jerry.
Yes.
It gets his juices flowing.
Rick Barry. Does he struggle watching
there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Right? Some guys are just wired that way. Now, conversely, I can give you, for all of those, like Joe Montana, I don't know, like as he watches the Niners, and I'm not knocking Joe, I think it's like he's just kind of watching, and I don't think he like misses it the way Jerry misses it.
I think he gave his all to the game.
Agreed.
His body broke down, and he's like, you know what? I have my time. I'm going to chill back and raise my kids.
He feels very content.
Steve Young, I think, struggles.
I do
Steve
too.
Young, I believe, really struggles.
His career was cut short.
Because of concussions.
Yeah.
He felt like he couldn't leave on his terms.
Exactly.
He had to leave on turf or on grass at Sun Devil Stadium in Phoenix, Arizona, getting hit by Aeneas Williams, getting clocked. Yeah. That's how his career ended.
When you go to the games, or they go to the practices, you see John Lynch on the field. He lives for it, dude.
He does.
Like
on there
him
with the
walking
shorts.
around, like he just has to be around. Some guys got to be around it.
He's playing catch with Kyle Shanahan. He's got the football in his hands. Hell, Shanahan didn't play much at Texas.
Yeah.
But he's always got a football in his hands.
Yeah.
He can't do anything. Football is his life, and I think that's John Lynch. So when you're in the booth and you see some things, you can't be as critical as opposed to being in the suite with the Niners, and you could probably cover your breath and say, God damn, you got to make that play.
Well, you feel like you're in the mix, and you got to get that competitive juices off. Like I'm using my dad as an example here. My dad just retired, right? About, 7-8 months ago. He's already back to work because he misses it. He needs something to do. He needs to fill that void. And some guys are content walking away and retiring and never going back to work or whatever. Other people need to fill the void.
This is funny. Little Brother 45 okay. On YouTube. We need TV Bonte for all 3 hours, and we need Meltdown Butcher for an entire show. That would be epic. TV Bonte would drive you crazy, huh?
I mean, I could use some softballs.
I don't throw softballs on TV.
You put it on the tee pretty well.
Come on.
You do a good job of that. I do, NBC, if you're out there, if Justin Hathaway's listening, I mean, there's 162 games. Just give me a phone call. Call me up in the bullpen. Give me the call up. I'm ready for some Giants pre and post.
Don't do that. Why you got to do that? Why you got to do that? Just let it happen.
Maybe some Sunday fun day?
No, you don't need that. You're not fun on a Sunday.
What you talking about,
Especially after the Giants lost. You're not going to be any fun.
Yeah, I am.
I could kill the entire vibe. You'd be crushing the team. You would know how to turn it off because you'll get a text from JP Money or Rocco saying, make sure you keep it real, Shasky.
No, that's what
don't be TV Bonte. And you'll go out there. It'll be the last time we see you on NBC Sports Bay Area. Ease into it. TV Bonte, suburb Bonte, radio Bonte, is Philbo Bonte. This is too much, man. Why you guys got to do this?
Well, they were joking around. They were saying that television Bonte is basically like Anchorman. Radio Bonte is the dude who rolls the window down with the Bulls beanie
and Boys in the Hood. And the red car, the little red. What was that?
Ricky!
What kind of car? That was a little bucket, dude.
I thought it was like an Accord or something.
Yeah, it was small.
I'm gonna look it up.
It was small with the tinted windows.
Yes, the black. It was red and black.
LQ Bubble Lounge Bonte is undefeated. All right, let's not put that out there. Anna might be listening. 888-957-9570. Let's get ready for Fast Five. Fast Five coming up. What should the Fast Five topic be today, Sam Lubman? What you got, Lubman? What do you think? You're quick on your feet. Where you at, Lubman? Is he here? I can't even see him. Where's Sam Lubman?
He's locked in.
What is he locked in on?
On Lynch cuts.
Oh, good for him. He's finally doing some damn work. Damn.
It's a Hyundai.
It's a Hyundai?
Hyundai. Okay. Is that how you pronounce it?
Hyundai.
H-U.
See, I thought Hyundai.
It's definitely not Hyundai. It's Hyundai.
Okay, excuse me.
I thought Hyundais were the same as Hondas.
No.
I always thought they were the same car.
No.
Thought one was just, hey, the Hyundai is luxury and the Hondas, we're balling on the budget. That's what that
So
said.
the Acura is the nice version of the Honda. That's the Acura. They're like the same company, but the Acura is a slightly better
I'm
version
looking at
of
it.
the
It looks like
Honda.
an XL. I think that's what it is. Shout out Eric Bellato who had the XL.
All right. Let's go to Mike and
with his
Sarah,
brother's two 12s in the back.
Let's go to Spadoni. What do you want to do for Fast Five? Fast Five coming up, brought to you by Xfinity. Fast Five before the changeover. Let's not get too emotional for the changeover, Mark Willard. Mike and San Rafael, what's happening?
Hello, gentlemen. I'm a season ticket holder for the Niners and the Warriors, actually, and I really
you're a baller.
Have enjoyed the Brock Purdy story, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. I had a chance to go to the training camp 2 times. They allow a certain amount of people to go and watch. It's a huge crowd, but that is a really fun thing to watch if you're a football fan. If you're not a football fan, it's really boring to watch practice. But I really could not tell. I mean, first of all the quarterbacks, Trey Lance, Nate Sudfeld, and Brock Purdy, did not look good in training camp.
Agreed.
I mean, I'm not a scout. I'm not a scout.
The defense was ahead of them. I'll let you continue, but like they were locked. Like no one was open. There wasn't anywhere to throw. Everything felt very locked up offensively.
And I think looking back on it, and some people were saying it at the time, but part of the fact was it was the defense was so good as kind of thought, and now we see for sure. The offense takes time to develop, and these quarterbacks are new, and so they were not executing well, and we didn't have Debo in there, and the
great point.
The whole offense didn't look good, and there's no way. I think we're kind of cheering for Brock as the underdog to make the team as Mr. Irrelevant, because the news reports were, he's like one of the guys who are going to get when they came time to cut.
Yes,
he's going to get cut. I mean, I say, tip of my hat to the people who could see the talent despite the defense just kind of shutting everything down. Because the things that I did see were, Trey Lance's release looked really awkward. I mean, it needed a lot of work, the mechanics, that kind of thing. I mean, Brock Purdy, I didn't see one way or the other as anything any good. I mean, it didn't seem bad, but it was not anything like...
It was nondescript. Would you agree? It wasn't like blow you away. And that's my whole point the whole time. Like, and I'm not trying to rip anybody. I watched the same drills. Like some of the drills he looked good, rolling out and stepping into his throws. When he had to roll and throw across his body, because they do that a lot in these drills. And I don't know how many times we're even asked to make that throw. He couldn't rip it to the left.
John Lynch, he just joined us at 8 o'clock. It was really fun. Check out the Odyssey app. Okay. Download the Odyssey app. Go to 957thegame.com to download that podcast. John Lynch, GM of the 49ers. And we discussed, how close were you to going to TV? Were you really about to bolt the 49ers last season and jump back into the TV world? Well, here's what he had to say about that.
I was humbled. Freddie Godelli, the great producer, long worked with Madden and Michaels and all them. He called at some point and said, "Hey, when you guys are done, I want to talk to you about something." I had no idea what he wanted to talk about. When you have friendships like that, you take the meeting. So my wife and I hosted them in our house, and only to be really shocked. And I knew it was when all of a sudden Amazon executives started showing up at my house. I knew something was up. It was flattering, and they had a vision for what they wanted to do. I listened to the meeting. I had told Kyle and Jed about it, and so they knew, and they were supportive that I should listen. But I had no idea they were gonna have an offer like they did.
He's that close. He actually listened. So the rumors just weren't rumors. He actually listened, and that's what
You're really surprised at?
Little bit.
When someone has think about this,
a little bit.
I mean, Bonte, we're talking about $20 million.
Yeah,
$20 million.
I know it's a lot of money.
That's what they're offering.
Money doesn't make you all happy.
No,
He's
I
got
know.
plenty of money too.
But when someone offers you that kind of money, you consider it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean,
I'll tell you right now, if anyone offered me even a fraction of that kind of money, I'm out of here, dog. Love you. I do. I love you. I'm out of here.
What's worse?
Like Ed Orgeron said, you're going to pay me what? To leave? Which door? The front or the back one do you want me to exit?
Listen.
Go Tigers. I love Ed Orgeron.
This is too much, man. 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. TV Bonte is married. Radio Ponte is single. What does that even mean? I'm not flirting with chicks on here.
Let's make that happen this year. Okay?
What's worse, TV Bonte or San Franceschi? I'd say TV Bonte is a lot worse than San Franceschi. I'll take the bullet. All right. Fast Five. Xfinity. Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five. Best move John Lynch has made.
Ooh.
What is the best move he's made as GM of the 49ers? That's our Fast Five question.
Wow.
888-957-9570.
Bosa, Debo, CMC, trading for Jimmy.
What is the best move John Lynch has made?
That's a great question. Trading for Trent Williams. I mean, you could make an argument on about 6 or 7 different things. Drafting Fred Warner after the whole Reuben Foster
What is the
debacle.
best move? What is the best move he's made? What is the best
I think it's the Jimmy G thing because that started everything. I'm going to go with the Jimmy G one. I'm going to go with acquiring the quarterback because I felt like that breathed life into the whole thing. And maybe I'm overrating that.
Right.
Maybe it was going to naturally happen on its own, but it didn't feel like it.
draft picks, signings,
Do you remember
trades.
how wild that offseason was? Niner fans felt like finally our team. We hated the team.
Oh, I know.
Like Niner fans hated the team at that point. I don't think you can like remind people that enough. We were so out. The television ratings were so low.
It was so bad. I mean, when Garoppolo got hurt in 2018 after week 3, we were like, what are we going to do for overtime? Does anybody want to listen to this podcast? We're talking about Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard all season. Please do not take me back to those times. 888-957-9570. What is the best move John Lynch has made? That is our Xfinity Fast 5 question of the day. I'll go with the Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
That to me signaled that we're going for a Super Bowl.
Okay.
We're not stopping. We lost in the NFC title game. We need to at least get back to that point, and we're going to do everything we can to do it. This may be the last ride with Jimmy Garoppolo, which I think it is. Who knows with Trey Lance? We have this kid and Brock Purdy as a backup. Let's go out there and do it. Let's go out there and swing big and go get Christian McCaffrey. To me, that is the home run money-making move for John Lynch. But I could be talked into
Bosa?
Trent Williams, drafting Nick Bosa. Seemed like a no-brainer, but a lot of people wanted Quentin Williams, including yours truly. It's pretty funny they're both on that all-pro team. But Bosa, I'd much rather have Bosa. You need an edge rusher.
Bosa is breaking all of the Aldon Smith records that I thought were almost impossible to touch.
We're getting close to it.
I mean, B.
He was a sack away.
I mean,
drafting Deebo Samuel. That's from Tyler Miller. All right, let's start the Xfinity Fast 5. All right, we'll take a couple calls. We'll take some texts. We'll look at some comments on YouTube. Let's go to Will in Marin. Will in Marin, Fast 5. What is the best move John Lynch has made as GM of the 49ers?
Brock Purdy! That's the best move, baby. That guy reeks Tom Brady. My brother used to be a professional baseball player. He knows pro athletes. He's been watching Brock Purdy. Guy's a stud. He knows a stud when he sees one. My brother's made calls about Alex Smith, said he was going to be subpar. Said that, made multiple calls. I'm telling you, Brock Purdy's the best move. That guy's a franchise quarterback that they needed to make. So maybe, you know what, trading up for Lance and making him panic and getting him in the 7th, that's the best move, is missing on Lance and getting Purdy.
Has he ever been wrong?
Gone.
Guess not.
Carlos in Concord. Fast 5. Carlos, what is the best move John Lynch has made as GM of the 49ers?
John Lynch's best move with the 49ers is staying with the Niners. Because this is our year, baby.
I like that. Coming up, Fast 5. Let's read a couple comments before we get back to the lines. Drafting Brock Purdy. The best move John Lynch has ever made. Let's go to Sophomore in Pacifica. What's happening? Fast 5.
Fool.
Hey guys. It's a chilly morning down here, but a sunny day. And I just got to say, I think it's got to be the Christian McCaffrey move, not in isolation, but to build everything they built and still just go out like a baller, mortgage your future, and finish the job. That's what brought to life all the other good decisions that you guys are talking about. Yeah, it's all of a piece. But, man, at that point, not standing pat, making the big move, you got to love it.
No doubt about that. Good call, Sophomore. Good call. 888-957-9570. We'll take a couple more. The Brickhead family on YouTube. The Jimmy G trade.
Brickhead family. These names.
The Jimmy G trade brought this team back out of the gutter. And Jimmy Garoppolo did help make this franchise relevant again. There's no doubt about that. You have to give him credit. Matt in San Rafael.
Hey,
Matt in San Rafael, Fast 5. What you got?
Hey, guys, we didn't have a scary secondary since Hittner and Goldson, and picking up Hufanga in the late rounds has made it scary to run across the middle on the Niners for the first time in a long time. Having that hitter is huge, and he's a guy who will be around forever. Finding him late was massive.
That's a great call, Matt. That's a good call. Underrated. Talanoa Hufanga, an all-pro safety this season for the 49ers, his second year out of USC City Lock. Give me Drake Greenlaw in the 5th round. And Ahmad Z on YouTube is just being dumb as always. Worst move was bringing in Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, just come on, Ahmad.
I kind of respect. He's in the YouTube chat, or she. I don't know.
He's it every day.
But just
saying everything is a wrong move.
Bringing the negativity.
I mean, it's a wrong move to get Steph Curry the ball with 5 seconds left, according to Ahmad Z. I mean, it's just every day. Anyway, That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. See, that'd get me emotional, saying things like that, Ahmad Z. That'd get me emotional. Not what Willard said with the little drive-by on the changeover yesterday with Steiny and Guru. We're still trying to figure out his point yesterday.
Got to say,
boy.
Got to say hello to
Yo,
him every day.
Good morning, Mark.
By the way, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you
So-
by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today.
Hey, first of all,
Minor league baseball rule changes? No, I'm just teasing.
I know
That's great.
I know you, Joe Shasky, are not offended by the word emotional. I
am one. It takes one to know one.
Exactly. So am I. That's not a criticism. It's a big part of why you guys, the show does what it does.
The way I always
You
say
guys
it is
are emotional.
It's
Of
called
course
the
you
gift
are.
and the curse, right? And this has been told to me since I was a young man. It's like, Joe, your mouth is what makes you you, and it gets you in the most amount of trouble. I said, you know what? You're right. So that's why my word, as I get older,
got you a job.
Discernment.
Got
I
you a
would
job.
love to have followed you in your 20s through the Excelsior, through the Sunset, the Richmond, both inner and outer, and just watch your mouth get you into trouble and watch your hands either get you into or out of more trouble. I mean, the block is hot, no doubt.
This is Shamari?
No doubt. Thank you.
Where's Shamari at? I haven't seen him
Big
in a while.
Shamari fan. Yeah.
Shamari block. The block is hot. What's going on, boys? What's going on?
What's cooking? John Lynch was excellent, man. I love that you asked him there at the end about the TV thing, because that like put a little, like you put pictures to the story, like dinner, and suddenly Amazon execs
Wine
just
and
show
dine.
up.
I know.
What do you think that number was?
It had to be close to 20.
What do you
I was
think
gonna
the
say
number
North
was?
McVay was 20.
sure.
What do you think?
McVay was 10, right? Was it
I thought
not?
it was 20 because he's making
was
like
5 and
16.
100. Yeah.
Well, Amazon's they're breaking it off. Like, I mean,
Well, you heard what else is going down right now. Snyder,
What?
who is supposed to, he doesn't want to sell the team to Bezos, specifically, where the league's like, oh, yeah, we want Amazon money. That's why they have multiple Walmarts owning NFL teams currently. And so, I'm all in on Amazon and the NFL are like this right now.
It's kind of a conflict of interest, though.
Why?
If Bezos is owning one team and also a broadcast partner, do the Commanders play every Thursday night? Or I didn't even
Post.
Isn't Amazon going with their own sports network, their own sports channel now?
sure
going
they
forward?
are.
That's what I had heard.
ESPN's up for sale. So Disney is going to break off ESPN and sell the worldwide leader. And so the thought process is I'm all into the sports business stuff. Apple will pay for it. Amazon will try to vie for it because you're buying live programming, which at this point, the only thing that really works well in live programming, politics and sports.
Well, sports. I mean, sports drubs politics unless you're in a presidential cycle, at which time it's tremendous. Spadoni in the back, just give me the fist bump.
Can we laugh for a second? Can we play the
it's a
Biden
one-word
sound?
Trump.
Did you hear Sleepy Joe yesterday?
He ejected out of
Grandpa
this.
Joe.
Hold on, just let it play. Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe.
It's
Get
your
it.
president.
Okay, all right, he does have it.
You don't have
Just
it?
keep talking.
Tim Roy's going to be on in a half hour just because we want to get a little flavor of what that
No
was like
doubt.
yesterday. But
And-
anyway, go ahead.
No, I mean, if you take, and I prefer Grandpa Joe. I mean, Sleepy Joe, yes. If you would have taken him
Ambient Joe?
after any other president, we would be absolutely crushing this guy.
Right.
But he might be the ultimate somnambulant, Google it, palate cleanser in presidential history.
How do you spell that?
Wow.
Yeah, I was just
Love his lexicon.
SOM,
Yeah.
NAM, NAM, BU, BU, and then I think it's LENT, somnambulant.
Oh.
It basically means
Well,
sleepy.
Luckily, I got the, Google just fills it out, and I got enough letters right.
Yeah, resembling a characteristic.
Draymond and Kai. Well, you guys are so incredible.
He just ejected. He ejected halfway
He goes
through.
Draymond, and then he just started making noises.
He just
Yeah,
ejected.
Draymond and
He's doing his boat check.
Kamala Harris is like
competitors.
Oh boy, it says Kai. Did he say Kai?
I saw a picture.
Reimagine the team around the big three: Steph, Draymond, and Kai. Well, you guys are so incredible.
Yeah, Kai Bowman. Kai Bowman.
Steph
I thought he was going to go
Kai
Kyrie.
Bowman. Kai Correa has been signed by the Warriors.
If it wasn't for tremendous, let's build that wall, this guy would be getting destroyed.
So I just sent one to my family group chat where we all golf and stuff. And I said, me at the next golf outing, it's Trump. It's hilarious. It's Trump, and he's about to get in a golf cart. And all these guys take a picture with him, and they all stick their hand up to high five. He's with no touching, no touching, no touching.
Totally.
And he gets back in the golf cart. I go, this is me at the next family golf tournament.
Exactly.
Big Joe,
Don't touch
man.
me.
This is
Yeah.
We should not have 80-year-olds in that job. That's just It's just we shouldn't
Let's
have
move,
80-years.
move on. Let's move on.
Is he running for re-election?
My dad and Joe were born in the exact same month in 1942.
I'm with you.
And my dad is a rock like that. That's a good man. But when I call him, I don't go, you know what? You should be president.
You know what?
I'm like, are you
hand in the
okay?
air and-
Right? Like,
What's the wind blowing?
Can I come? Help you lift something, or like I don't know. Like, come on.
My dad would have been.
What are we doing?
My dad would have been 88 yesterday, and rest in peace, Dwayne Dibley. Ain't no chance I want him running anything.
Come on.
How about
I don't want him running my fantasy football league.
I certainly don't want him addressing Kai Thompson.
No.
The
I know
best
that.
photo I saw yesterday.
Crying
Pelosi
out loud.
with Mr. Fab, E40,
How
and
good was that
T-shirt.
thing?
And all
How
I
good was
kept
that
thinking was
thing?
like, we've come a long way since Tupac got his CD stepped on by Congress
right.
30 years
What about
ago.
Sebo getting his CD pulled off the rack
Yeah.
by
State
Governor?
property.
Who was it? Who was the governor at the
Pete
time?
Wilson.
Pete Wilson. Yeah. Not was it state property or any?
No, but
state?
he said that the CD had become state property.
Sebo.
Oh my God.
Shout out to Sebo, the ball head nut. Fish telling in the cut.
Hey, I got a question for you guys on the Niner Cowboy hate.
Non-emotional?
Well, yeah, this is an unemotional
Let it go.
conversation, Bonte.
I'm just
Let it
kidding.
go.
Don't tell me to calm down.
Let it
Hey,
go.
don't put words in my mouth.
Frozen.
I'm sorry.
Don't you put words
I
in
got
my
my
mouth.
changeovers confused.
Still got a daughter.
As soon as
I'll
this
never
is over,
forget
I'll
it.
run into my phone and do a
Dude,
little
I
video.
sang
You should.
Frozen.
You should. And I'll watch
we were
it.
live on the stream, and I sang Frozen. Joe, you missed it.
Just make
When
sure
we were
it's-
live on the stream on
Make
Monday.
sure it's a
I
very
like
calm video.
musicals. I know. This is everyone makes fun of me. I like musicals. Sound of Music, Grease. This is what I grew up with. Seven Brides for Seven Brothers.
All
My
that,
grandmother.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
No,
my
no.
grandmother, like Gene Kelly and all that. Like that's what we grew up with.
I was in musicals in middle school.
Me too, in high
This,
school.
this
Yeah.
awful voice sang in front of people.
and danced.
Yeah, no, I didn't
Not
have dancing
dancing?
roles.
I
was
find
Daddy
singing-
I was Daddy Warbucks and Annie, and I was
Wow.
Buffalo Bill and Annie Get Your Gun.
So did you have the bald?
Yeah.
The bald like
one year
thingy?
a Jesus wig, the
Wow.
next year a ball cap.
Wow.
Like assistant
He's
principals.
versatile.
Bonte,
yeah,
Jay-Z,
yeah.
It's a Hard Knock Life.
Yeah.
Annie. Just so you could keep up with this.
Yeah, because I was there.
He did it better
I
than
was
I
in the
did,
back
but-
of the auditorium
He
just
didn't know
laughing,
Monty
cracking
Python.
jokes.
Only Jay-Z could bite off of a classic musical
great song.
involving a short, freckle-faced, redheaded girl and make
Nick's
it a
loving
banger.
nail
It is a
And
banger.
nail it.
Dude,
It is.
It's a great song.
It's 30 years later. It's still a banger, by the way.
It is.
I was thinking about all of our cowboy hate, though, and I think based on the age of everyone in this room, I get it.
boy.
I get it, and I know that you. But I wonder, like, I was starting to think a little bit more about maybe even younger 49er fans, and I'm trying to figure out: is this just been handed down through the generations? Your cowboy hatred.
yeah.
Is it overexposure, like America's team, and it's shoved down our throat all the time? Because normally for this kind of vitriol, there needs to be more success. The Cowboys haven't even been to a Super Bowl in 28 years. They have not defeated the 49ers in the playoffs in 29 years. Their 5-3 record against the Niners was built on beating them in 1970, 71, and 72.
Dick Nolan.
3 of us weren't born
I
yet.
know.
Sorry, Dibs.
Kezar
Anyway,
was still a venue.
right.
Quick little drive-by.
I mean,
Well, no, you were. You were
I
born.
was still in
You were a
diapers
little
in
boy.
72.
You're a
I was
little
4,
man, yeah.
but
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like
a late bloomer.
So
60
weird.
babies.
So weird.
Damn.
Like, where's it from?
So it's interesting.
where's
you
it
ask
from?
that.
diaper was made of hemp. by
In
the
our
way.
family, it's passed down. We're a crazy ass family, so it's different. But like my little cousins are between 10 and 15 years younger than me, so they fall into that demographic you're talking about, where in their life the Cowboys haven't won anything. But ESPN in particular, and the first takeification of how they consumed sports for the last decade plus, they're sick of the Cowboys. They hate the Cowboys because it gets jammed down our throats because we know the algorithm, like Colin Cowherd likes to work it. If I talk about the Cowboys, I'm going to get clicks. If I talk about LeBron, I'm going to get clicks. And so I think that there's a fatigue factor for a lot of people. But I think if they ask, like, gun to their head, I hate that game, gun to your head, who do you hate the most? It'd probably be the Seahawks for a lot of those younger guys. Cowboys would be like second, third, or fourth. I don't think it'd be first. Like for us, Cowboys.
Maybe Russell's Seahawks. I mean, I think this was an interesting 1-2 punch for the 49ers in the playoffs because it spotlights the fact that we do hate the Cowboys a lot more. Nobody, like Geno Smith coming to town did not get rivalry week.
No.
It feels that way this time.
Oh,
like
the parking lot's going to be insane.
These 8 days remind you who the 49ers rival actually is.
Yeah.
It's not Seattle. Not anymore.
And it's a creation, though, I do think more than just the recency of having played, because as you mentioned, it's been almost 30 years. So unless you're your guys' age, both of you in your early 40s, where you were kids and you remember it, early memories, if you're 25, you don't remember it. But it's the creation of what Joe's talking about, the first takeification of media, and it's the ownership, and it's just the very nature of the logo. It's like, why do we hate the Yankees the way that we hate the Yankees? It's because we're taught to hate the Yankees. It's Sunday Night Baseball, Red Sox and the Yankees. It's always there.
6-hour game.
It's, the Big Apple and all the rest of it.
Exactly.
What'd you guys see? You went last year. You went to Dallas.
I didn't go to Dallas.
You went to Dallas.
We had a sickness.
What did you see last year with regard to like what it's like on the other end? Dallas towards San Francisco. Their fan base.
They think we're soft. They think we're just these liberals from California that live in this dump state. They get political, but you can tell the hate was there. Like, I can't stand the 49ers. You guys stink. And so for those old Cowboy fans, they were around my age. They grew up in the 90s, watching Emmitt Smith run all over that defense, and they knew, okay, yes, we have the NFC East, but there's nothing like Niners and Cowboys, this West Coast team coming down to Texas. We breed football in Texas. That's how they act in Texas. We are football. We're the kings of football. Friday Night Lights, blah, 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 15,000-seat stadiums for our high school teams. So they kind of look down upon the 49ers. It's like, yeah, you guys are rivals, but we're the better franchise.
So, like, if they had done the playoffs and played the Commanders week 1 and the Niners week 2, which ticks them off more?
Commanders, they've dominated for so long.
Exactly.
I wouldn't know.
Like, that's the traditional rivalry. And when we were growing up in football, that was a big deal because Joe Theismann was there and Danny White, who, he's going to jump on our show
John
tomorrow.
Riggins.
Right. Like, that was the thing. But Washington's been so weak for so long. I don't even know the state of that rivalry anymore.
Seattle, they've been fresh. It's been a rivalry for the last decade.
Yeah.
So personally, I would have the Cowboys number 1, Packers 2, and then Seahawks 3.
So you know the like we believe for a lot of people like our age, like we believe meant something because it was this moment in time in this darkness where there's like all this losing and negativity.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I think a seminal moment for guys between 35 and 45 for a lot of my buddies that like went to Candlestick and stuff, that TO moment on the Star, because there was so much negativity, right? And they got the upper hand of us in the 90s. Like, even though we got the one,
we got 3 Super Bowls.
They got 3. And it felt like that was one of those we believe like moments, like, you did that to them and you're our guy. And like, that's one of those moments that sticks out for a lot of people. Like, that fight and everything that happened on that Star with Emmett and T.O. I don't know. That resonated with a lot of people my age.
That's what sort of popped in my mind yesterday is the T.O. Star thing. What has happened that's memorable between these two teams since 1995?
The Tony Romo game.
Other than T.O.
Well, Kaepernick going down to Dallas, Texas, they survive, and Romo threw 3 or 4 picks.
Holding out.
Alex Boone did
Vernon
hold
Davis.
out.
And
last year, really
so they
memorable
week 2.
moments.
I remember this, and he remember week 2. Harbaugh.
You guys remember everything.
Cowboy fans came flying in, and this was before the Niners were good because early in the season. And Tony Romo came out, and they beat him in overtime. And we look back, and it was one of the great games. But to your point, there hasn't been much, Mark.
There hasn't been much. And even that game was like they never met in the playoffs.
No.
They didn't meet in the playoffs.
We didn't
until
even know the
last
Niners
year.
were good.
You're right, that week 2 game, because the next week they beat Cincinnati like 13-8 or something like that. And it was
The
like, I
Kendall Hunter
remember
game.
Harbaugh was like, who's got it better than us? And they were like, nobody. And it was just like, we're going to Philadelphia, they're down 23-3. And it was like, oh, wait, they rally. We may have something here.
The Detroit game that year was the game that everyone like locked to Schwartz, and the Detroit were undefeated, and then Slapgate or whatever. What did he do? Backslap?
And the handshake. After the handshake, he just basically slapped him and pushed him aside.
He was too fired up. Just overly fired up. No, if you're 35 or younger, are the Cowboys under your skin? Like, are they a thing?
Yeah, it's probably Seattle, right?
I
Maybe
would
even
think.
the Rams after last year, but even the Niners have dominated the Rams.
Right,
the Rams got that one game, which was a big one, which got over Lombardi.
I think it's the Cowboys because of the nature of the way our national media works and the way that promotion works.
Yeah.
And, the whole idea, like Fox does, America's Game of the Week.
I hate it.
Well, that is an outgrowth from the Cowboys being America's team.
100%.
And you're really not America's team. And I also think that there's some cultural things that are there as well in terms of Texas. And you mentioned Texas. when I went to Scotland and I was playing Carnoustie, I got paired up with this guy from Texas. And on the second hole,
Johnny Vanderveer.
On the second hole, the guy comes over to me and he goes, "What's the deal with Nancy Pelosi?" And I'm like, this motherfather. I'm out here trying
This
to
was in
play.
Scotland?
You scared me there.
Scotland?
I'm trying to play a historic track.
I thought we were having a Steiny moment.
So this guy,
some gangsta MFer right there.
dude, trust me, it's not my first rodeo. And apparently those guys were swearing on the stream. We didn't swear on the stream.
Who's swearing on the stream?
You wanted
Steiny and
to.
Goo.
You
no,
wanted to.
I did a little bit of like Brock Purdy porn titles bit, which I thought was hilarious.
Okay.
You know,
They're coming out with the
Mark
Purdy
felt-
Kush
yeah.
according to YouTube,
No, but-
selling Purdy joints for
Mark was
$13.
uncomfortable. But
The America's Game thing. So, like, we all love football. We all love fantasy positions. Nothing drives me crazier. AFC or NFC East Monday night or Sunday night matchup.
Yeah.
It's like Yankees Red Sox for me. I don't even want to watch. And I
Right.
love baseball. I'm out. I don't care if Michael Kay and A-Rod are doing their thing. I don't care
I
if
don't
it's
care about
Tirico.
Michael Kay anymore.
No, but like
especially.
it's I'm fatigued by the NFC East in general. And even if it's like a big program, I'm like, oh God, it's just boring to me.
Yeah.
Because it's always every single week.
Well, it's in our faces
It's like
now.
the Lakers.
I mean, the
It is.
NFC playoffs.
How is it not different than the Lakers? They're on TV all the time and everything. You talk about First Take.
But when they
and
were good, it was
Cowboys.
okay.
that's the
But
thing
no,
about the
but
Laker
no, but
hate
they-
is the Lakers
always-
have won.
Exactly.
And you can
Won.
discount their bubble chip all you want, but they won in the 80s, they won in the 90s,
did.
they won in the aughts,
Yeah.
they've won in the
Yeah.
10s.
And Kobe and Shaq at the time, if you're going back to them,
Right.
like they were fun. Like say,
were
whether
fun.
you hated them or not, they were fun. The Dallas is just like whatever.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, the Lakers, sure, they've had their doldrums periods.
Yeah.
Everybody does, but they've rebirthed themselves. It was from Showtime to Kobe and Shaq to even now LeBron. Again, Dallas hasn't been to a Super Bowl since 1995. And they still are treated like they are an elite franchise. They're
Jerry
actually,
Jones.
I mean, they're closer to the Sacramento Kings right now with their success level
I
than
wouldn't
they
go
are.
that far.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
fine.
in
But
terms
you
of
know, I
playoff
took a
success,
shot.
I get.
But you know what
I
I'm
get
saying?
what you're saying.
Like
Jacksonville's been to more championship games than they have in
Right.
the last
We-
whatever.
But
20
if
years.
Dallas wins
That's
the
crazy.
Super Bowl, they tie for the most Super Bowl wins in NFL history. And so, because of that,
They have a
are
history.
a venerable
Yeah.
franchise.
Yes.
They are.
They got
have a
5.
history.
The Niners have
Yep.
5.
Yep.
And, one of these two could end up getting 6 and tying Pittsburgh and New England. And so that's real. And I know it's been a long time, but
Yeah.
how long has it been since the Niners won
Yeah, I
the
know.
Super Bowl?
No, I
A year
know.
before the Cowboys
Right?
won their last
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Right,
So
but
it's
how
been
many
longer.
But how many
Yeah.
Super Bowls have they been to
See,
since then?
So
right?
that was
Like,
my
I mean-
argument on Jed. Like Jerry Jones, we all like, oh, he's such a. Whether you like him, whatever, everyone, he's just such a great businessman, such a great owner. I look at Jed and like again, I've been one of Jed's biggest critics. There's an argument. I'm not saying he is, but if I were to present it in a certain way, he's been a top 6, 7 owner in the NFL during his tenure, or at least as a front man.
Especially when he stepped aside. And, when he hired John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, he basically said, I'm no longer going to
That's
be
what I'm saying.
talking about winning with class and
Exactly.
we hang banners. When he did that, he became one of the great owners in the league. I agree with you.
But even if I gave him credit for the Harbaugh find, right? And then you also get credit for what happened when Harbaugh left, right? You get that
credit and blame.
They've had some great runs. Some great runs. Either one of those runs is better than anything the Cowboys have done since winning.
Well, and you talk about ownership is probably a big piece of this conversation too. Like Jerry Jones being who he is, being the
dictator.
Well, he's the most visible owner in sports.
Yeah.
Is he
like
not?
Mike Bassick told you, Stephen Jones is now
Now
basically
running the
the
show.
owner.
Thank
Right.
God.
And yeah,
but Jerry
I mean,
Jones' ego, he wants the credit. He wants to hoist
That's
that
what's
Lombardi.
funny when he
wants
said
to be
that
the
today,
guy
yeah.
because it's all true.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones. That's why I can't stand Jerry Jones. I don't forget him running out Jimmy Johnson because of his ego. He wanted to be the guy, and I get it. They won one with Barry Switzer, with Jimmy Johnson's team, kind of what Seifert did with Bill Walsh's team back in 89-90. But that's Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones wants to be the GM, wants to be the president, wants to be the talk man, wants to place the Raiders in Vegas, wants to put the Chargers. He's just too much Jerry Jones.
He runs the league.
He does run.
He
He's
does.
the
He runs the
reason.
league.
Yep.
He's the reason why the Vegas Raiders
right.
happened
Yeah,
and the
just
LA
said.
Rams,
That's what I
and
just said,
it's
yeah.
not LA Raiders. The thing I was thinking about is like this happens in ownership though. Like remember when Bill Newcomb came in with the Giants and he got
The
the
bow
trophy?
tie.
Do you remember when he
Yeah.
got the trophy before Larry Bear and Peter McGowan, and everyone was like, "Whoa!" And he's like raising it up, and
Everyone's like, "Who are you?"
Yeah, like bow tie guy.
don't
What?
even know who this
Out
Who the
of
hell is the
nowhere.
bow tie guy?
This happens in sports.
Yeah. He's definitely the most out there owner, though. I mean, how many owners have a radio show?
Arch English.
How many talk on the radio? There's Cuban, there's Jones, and like I immediately struggle to get to a third. And Jones is the one who's like, and they're both from the same city. But Jones, right?
I can't
like,
even.
every
he
week.
speaks for the team. Like, think about that
Right.
if that were your team.
All the
Your
moves.
interview this morning wasn't with John Lynch; it was with Jed York.
I know.
Right.
And he's sitting there going, "So here's what we
Well, I
did over
remember
the
when
last 5 years."
They were showing Hard Knocks last year, and Jerry Jones and Stevie Jones
He
are in the
looks so
war
old.
room, and Mike McCarthy's here, and they're telling Mike McCarthy, "Okay, we like this guy right here as a third string running back. We're going to keep this guy." It's like Mike McCarthy's
I
on
love
the
that
field
voice.
every single day, every single day. Jerry Jones is sitting there like, "Yeah, but we're going to keep this guy. Maybe we put this guy on the practice squad." And
That's a 4 for your Jerry Jones. It's
just
underrated right
I
there.
know.
That's
I've
good.
never practiced Jerry Jones, but I can't
No,
stand him.
that was a
Joe
real
knows I
4
hate
right
him.
there.
Joe knows
Yeah.
I hate him.
I
I hate him.
Bonte do
I
a
hate
Papa
him.
John's Pepsi rap commercial. I don't know if you heard that yesterday.
How much is the check?
I'm not a big Jerry Jones fan.
How many zeros in that bad boy?
I gotta check.
I'm not a big Jerry Jones fan, but if you look at the league deals that have been done where he's a big part of all the big money, he has been one of the most influential financial people for sports. And what they've done with the NFL, all the other teams have followed suit. He's a big part of that. All
Commissioner of the league. Yeah, Roger works for him.
So, like, as much as I hate all the other stuff, on some level, I respect the business acumen that he's got. And it's just, I mean, but he's also a very checkered individual.
No doubt. All right, Tim Roy's coming up for you guys at 9:30. We'll cut out early. We have show meeting today. Show meeting. The Hegan,
Let us know how it goes. Yeah, let us know how it goes.
Clock. Want to be out of here by 9:45. Clock.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I told you the story just a few weeks ago, I feel like, where, and I'll give credit to my dad, my cowboy hatred was this was not nature, it was nurture. Like, this was taught to me. I was brought to a late season Cowboy 49er game at Candlestick, and it was explained to me in the car on the way to Candlestick, Dallas is the team that is always in the way. Like, the reason the 49ers have never been able to get over the top is because of the dang Dallas Cowboys. And then I got to that game, and I told you the story of the foam finger.
Yeah.
My parents had just given me the foam finger, and
It's a
I was
heartbreaking
little
tale.
kid. I was so excited, and I'm like, woohoo, Niners, and I'm waving my foam finger. And it wasn't even 3 minutes into the first quarter when some Cowboy fan leans forward, and instead of being a normal human being about it and going, excuse me, or even talk to my dad like, I can't quite see the game, like, spent my last $1 on these tickets, I'd like to be able to see the game, and there's foam fingers in my face. Instead, he leans forward and whispers in my ear, if you put that foam finger up one more time, I'm going to shove that thing up your wahoo.
And he kept it real.
He whispered that into a little kid's ear, and from that moment, I have hated the Dallas Cowboys.
I admire the Cowboy fan for keeping it real, Mark, because it's, that he was expressing
He
his
kept it
honest
100.
feelings
He kept it
exactly
100.
in the moment. And, I don't want to blame Tom Willard, but it feels like bad parenting to me.
It does.
To allow you to thrust that foam finger into the air repeatedly during live game action.
I'm an innocent little kid.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's no
just,
excuse.
You're waving
That's
stuff.
no excuse. How old were you?
I
9?
was waving my
10?
hands in the air. I was waving them like
you
I just
didn't
don't care. Yeah.
Yeah, but he did care.
Right.
And he checked you. Checkmate is what happened.
He knew. He goes, this guy's going to grow up to be.
You got
one of the-"
served,
Yeah.
is what happened. You got served by a
This
Cowboy fan.
loudmouth. Yeah.
I mentioned it before, October 11th, 1981, my first ever 49er game, and I was 13 years old. Didn't have a lot of coin back in the day. Dwayne, my late father's second reference, took us to the game, and man, it was the Cowboy game, and we knew that it was a big deal, and we knew that the Cowboys were the hated rival, and the Niners rolled that day, 45-14,
Not a bad.
continuing an odd year, coming off of 1980 where they absolutely stunk, in 79 with O.J. Simpson as the running back. You weren't supposed to beat Dallas, let alone beat him in that fashion, and that's when I knew that Dallas was the rival.
I just wonder, though. I wondered, like, this was a genuine thought last night. I'm like, I get it. You like, we're in the same neighborhood age, even Bonte and Joe. They're a little younger than us, but everybody's got
You're
a 4.
kind of the bridge between me and them.
Well,
You're kind of in between.
Yeah, but bottom line is we're all old enough to understand where this comes from. But if you don't have a 4 in front of your name, and even if you do, truly, would love to hear from everybody today. Twitch, YouTube, good morning. Glad you're there. The comments, Xfinity Mobile text line in 888-957-9570. Where does your Cowboy hatred come from? When was it born and why? Because normally, and I think we understand the layers of this. There's Jerry Jones. There's ratings. They are a very, very big brand. They're a very big brand. So are the 49ers. I'll point to something that may not really resonate with everyone, but when Vivid Seats hands out an award at the end of the year for Fan Base of the Year, they gave it to the San Francisco 49ers fan base.
Look at you working in the live read.
Well, listen, I've never done what I did. I don't know how or when this happened when 49ers fans decided we're just going to travel to every game. It feels like a new thing. And I slipped and fell into it, too. I went to 2 road games this year. I've never done that before. So I don't know what's going on. You go to SFO on a Friday in the fall, it's just red everywhere.
A lot of Niners fans,
It doesn't matter where the game is. People are heading out. So who is America's team? For real now. These are very, very big brands. I get the visibility of it, Jerry Jones, the history, but I also understand, the Niners haven't had as much success as we would have liked. I've been to a couple Super Bowls here in the last decade.
Right.
The Cowboys have stunk for 30 years.
The Patriots are really America's team, but the Cowboys already have the moniker. And if you want to talk about what America's team really is, it would be the most successful, most popular team in football. And right now, the 49ers are closer to being America's team than the Cowboys are, but that title has already been given to the Cowboys. So it's not like Miss America where every year it gets rotated to a different team. I will say this, to your point, the Niners as a road team, they've been dominant. And, the Packers were America's team for a little while, but now that the quarterback is so unlikable and they don't win like they used to, they've fallen down. Tom Brady left New England. They've fallen down. The Cowboys, to your point, haven't been to even a conference championship game in damn near 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. So they've fallen down. So maybe it is the 49ers right now who are the most popular team in America.
We just had the anniversary of the catch a couple of weeks ago.
41 years.
And for those of you who don't know that history and the reason why it was such a big deal, it's not just a dramatic 28-27 win to send the 49ers to the Super Bowl and win it for the first time. It wasn't just that. It was an exorcism. It was, we finally got over the top on the Dallas Cowboys. But yeah, that was 41 years ago. And outside of their pow-pow, their 1-2 punch there in the mid-90s, and they were the best team, but the 49ers ended up getting over in one of those years as well, and Steve Young wins a Super Bowl. Outside of that, the Cowboys have been completely non-threatening ever since then and have no real history outside of the mid-90s in terms of doing anything that's mattered to the 49ers and their fans. Yet, boy, we get triggered. Boy, we get triggered when we see that star.
No doubt.
I'm no different. But I wonder individually for everybody, what is behind that? Is it the history? Is it Jerry? Is it overexposure? Is it the America's team label?
It's that damn star.
Okay.
It's all of it, Mark. It's all of it and even more. And I wonder what really does trigger people. And I want to hear from people to say, what is the one thing? Because for me, it goes back to when I was a kid when they were so dominant. Like why the Lakers trigger me, it's the same reason that why the Cowboys trigger me.
I'll give you my number one answer on the board coming up next. It'll surprise you because it didn't necessarily travel well. But it is what was at the core of it back when I was a kid coming up. But we'd love to hear from you on that. 888-957-9570. Tim Roy's going to hop in here with Tales of the White House coming up next. Brian Broaddus in Dallas will join us next hour, but we got plenty of room for you. And a reminder to get geared up for the playoffs at our store, our merch shop, relevant T-shirts and DPOY shirts, 957thegameshop.com. Also, Warriors tomorrow. Tune in to Warriors Live 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Tim Roy and your phone calls next on Willard and Dibbs.
You gotta be kidding me.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Laying waste to your town. Mastodon. Gojira. The Mega Monsters Tour. April 20th at Concord Pavilion. With special guest, Lorna Shore. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. Mastodon and Gojira. Part of the Mancini Sleep World Concert Series.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Nexon and Aspen tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details or bigotires.com for additional cash saving specials on name brand tires and auto care services. Ends January 29th.
If you want to save money and start the year right, Staples has you covered.
I need everything to restock my business. File folders, break room supplies, even business cards.
Staples has you covered with big savings on everything you need for your home or office. And now at Staples, Rewards members get $30 back via Staples Store Bonus when they spend $100. That's $30 to use toward everything from ink to tech. Save big right now at Staples, the working and learning store. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeemable in-store only. Offer ends 1/21.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? The new 2023 Silver Eagles are available in a perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. That's right. The American Eagle Silver Dollar in perfect 10 grade, just like perfect 10s for sports cards. Coin experts are calling this the biggest event of the century for coin grading. You must hurry. Very few silver dollar coins will receive the coveted grade of perfect 10. These American Eagle Silver Dollars are brand new, 99.9% pure silver legal tender coins minted by the United States Mint. Available now in perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. Just call and you are guaranteed a new 2023 just released perfect 10 Silver Eagle. With limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. If you order now, you'll receive a free collector bonus over a $10 value free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your new perfect 10 silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-969-0686.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay. What should I call him? So he's calling me Lillard. Joe Biden's calling Klay Thompson Kai.
Call him Steve. Steve Curry.
Steve Kerr. E.
Exactly. Steph Kerr and Steve Curry.
Steve Kerr. E.
Tom Roy joining us in moments. Did I get that wrong?
Yes.
Wait, what did I?
Yes.
It's an obliteration sensation of his name is
Cha-ching!
what it is.
Cha-ching!
Okay, I think he's ready. Let's do it. Let's get Tales of the White House, and then we're going to get back to your calls. Start your calls, 888-957-9570. Where did the Dallas hatred come from? Where was it born for you? And man, I would really love to hear from some people who haven't had their 35th birthday yet as to, are we making this up or have we done a good job of parenting and handed this Dallas Cowboy hatred down here in the Bay Area? So we'll get to all of that. But yeah, let's get Tim Roy in here and find out what it was like to go to the White House and be a guest for the first time in his life, unless this isn't the first time in your life. And your job, I imagine it's not. So how did maybe this compare to the other ones, Tim?
Well, the other one was with the Warriors back in 2016, and that was really special for me because it was the first time I've ever been to the White House, and just to walk around and go through all the rooms and do all that was spectacular. And President Obama came out and just owned the room. I mean, he has charisma beyond belief. And he knew all about the Warriors. He didn't need any help at all. He's a big basketball guy. So that was fun. And yesterday was, it was spectacular as well. I thought President Biden did a really nice job. And, I hope when I'm his age that I can get down to one knee and have somebody help me up, So, it's something that you don't take for granted because you consider, all the great announcers, all the great players, all the great coaches in this league. And there's a whole bunch of them that either never got to do this or will never get to do it. And so when I think about that, I think about how lucky I am to get that chance.
Incredible. And just to see the proceedings and Kamala Harris, of course, with her deep, deep Bay Area roots and her Warriors ties as a fan from Oakland. It was pretty cool to see that all come to pass. Let's talk about Steph Curry in the moment, coming in with the president, looking presidential. I'm not asking you to project out Steph Curry in a political career. We don't know if he wants to go that route or not. But how does Steph Curry look and feel in that room in that moment?
He looks like he belongs there. I mean, he certainly has that type of presence, and he has that type of ability to get people to rally around him. And so, when you think about that and think about all the good things he does. You know, he could very easily just be living on a mansion in the hill, counting his money and you know, just going on incredible trips and doing everything else. But he doesn't do that. He and his wife, Aisha, they give back to the community. You know, they're concerned about kids. They're concerned about families. And so, you know, he certainly takes his position and makes the best out of it for everybody.
Tim, can you please explain what was it like for the Warrior players when they found out that they weren't there because of their championship, but you guys were invited to the White House to celebrate your California Sportscaster of the Year award?
There you go.
I'm pretty sure that they don't know that, but thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
It's really it's incredible. To me, you know, it came totally out of the blue. You know, I had no idea about it. I had no idea. You know, when they called and said, "Hey, you've been nominated," and I said, "Nominated for what?" And you know, because I didn't know. And so, you know, when you go and look at the names that have won before, you know, I mean, even going back a year, the great Kate Scott, who's breaking down barriers and doing a great job with what she does. But just go to the names of like Vin Scully and Chick Hearn and John Miller and Ken Korak and all these great announcers, Bob Miller, all these great announcers, from other sports and other venues, and to have and Bill King, to have my name in an award that was won by Bill King. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, that just really brings it into perspective for me, and I'm very, very flattered and humbled that I got that award.
No, it's incredible, Tim, and I'm glad that you're able to at least, flex on it a little bit. I hate to bring you down with the reality, but you are 32 Sportscaster of the Year awards behind Vin Scully. So, I mean, how are you going to close in on Vin, Tim?
Well, it's funny. You look at got a very nice text from an old friend of mine, Bruce Howard, who's the voice of the Tulsa Hurricane, and he and I basically, started out in the same league. We were both in the New York Penn League. He was the voice of the Watertown Pirates. I was the voice of the Utica Blue Sox, and so he sent me this text. He goes, "Hey, look, I don't want to say anything. I've got two of these." He says, but then he puts a big laugh high. He goes, but I don't have the comp that you have out there. So I'm certainly not looking to pass Vin Scully. I don't think that's going to happen. But just like I said, just to have my name on that it's just crazy.
Yeah.
Just to think about that.
Scully, Enberg, Hearn, Bill King. I mean, they basically held it down for like 40 years, Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And, you'd have to go back, and I don't think there's been another Warrior announcer to win it since Bill King in the 70s. I know Greg Papa won the award, but I believe he was with the Raiders back in the late 2000s. Yeah, so he was long gone from the Warrior page. So, again, as I tell people, any list I'm on that links me to Bill King by default, I'm thrilled with.
May Vin rest in peace. If you bring a Chargers jersey to his gravesite, I think you might be able to catch him. That's just my take. I think yeah, that's the best way to close the gap is give someone a Chargers jersey. But
nice.
no, Tim. Let's talk a little. I know. Let's talk a little. Let's talk a little hoops.
Can you imagine? Guys like Dan Fouts watching that, or even going back close to Sid Gilman watching that? They must be going nuts.
Yeah. Well, especially in the NFL when you've got a great quarterback. Like it's wild. It's absolutely wild sometimes. But Tim, definitely as they get ready for Boston tomorrow night, would love to talk a little ball with you and answer a question that we were throwing out to one another yesterday. I've reached the point of scratching my head with regard to why, and I know all the injuries, but why is the Warrior defense not better?
I just don't think they're really tied in yet. I don't think they've really had the type of consistent lineup and effort to get that done. Now, I think what we saw the other night in Washington, game on the line, the defense tightened up. Their best defensive quarter, in my estimation, was the fourth quarter. And so I thought that was really interesting to say the least. And so I think there's that. And I think also, too, that they've other teams know that they really don't have a shot blocker on the roster other than maybe Draymond. Wiseman hasn't played enough to become that guy. And so, when you factor all that in, it's really hard to become a consistent defensive team.
And the defensive inconsistency has been really rearing its ugly head on the road. Is that where you would point the finger in terms of why they've been such a bad road team, yet so much better at home?
Yeah, I think the defense has a lot to do with that. I thought at the beginning of the year, I initially attributed that to the fact that they were coming off a championship, and I think the guys weren't mentally ready to start the grind just yet, and they were hit with a quick road trip right off the bat, and so I think they weren't ready to really start grinding yet. And so, the core of this team's a veteran team. They can read a calendar. They know it's November, and what happens in November doesn't matter to what happens in April and May. So, except for seeding, obviously. But so I think there's part of that. But I think on the road, I just think they've gotten a little scattered. I think they kind of wait for their jump shots to take over the other team, and you can't do that. They hadn't won a game coming into this trip on the road of their 3 or 4 road wins. Had all been when they shot 50% or better. And that tells you that they hadn't had that grinder game where they shoot 42% but still win. They need to put a few of those in the bank, so to make the next step. I will say it's really, there is something really interesting. I went down the rabbit hole the other morning, and a year ago, this week, the Warriors were 32-12, right? Got off to that great start.
Uh-huh.
Boston's record was 23-22.
Right? Sounds familiar.
So these two teams have kind of flipped their seasons, if you will, but it also tells you that it's still, mid-January, that there's still plenty of time, not just for the Warriors, but for other teams to get their act together and to start playing like a championship contender.
Because of the recent history now between these two teams, and for most of us who have never been to a basketball game in Boston and maybe never will, give us a sense of what's awaiting the Warriors in the stands tomorrow night.
Picture, your most hated rival in high school, and pack that with 17,000 of those guys and give them no restrictions as to what they can say. And that's what you're going into. You're going into this, it's going to be a fired up Boston crowd. They're going to be ready for this game. They'll be certainly saluting Draymond in their own unique way. And so I expect it's going to be a real hostile environment on Thursday. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's good. I think we've seen this year that for the most part, when they're healthy, the better teams bring out the best in them, and I expect that on Thursday night.
Draymond Green has been kind of two different players this year. There's been the technical foul recipient and the ejected player, yet there's been the rejuvenated two-end all-court force. Where do you put Draymond Green in terms of this game and his ability to stay on the floor?
I think he'll be good. I think he understands the need for him to stay on the floor in a game like this. I thought in that Detroit game when he got ejected, I thought that was kind of a weak double technical. I really hope we get back to officials warning guys, and then say, hey, cut it out or I'm going to have to give you a T. And then that ends it. That stops it right there. And we used to do that a lot in the league. We don't do that anymore. But I hope we get back to that. But I think he understands the gravity of it. I think you'll see a good Draymond performance.
Tim, congratulations again. Have a great call tomorrow night. We'll be listening. Thank you so much.
And by the way, I'm hosting tonight for Kevin Dana on the roundtable.
Oh, beautiful!
I'm going to have a nice sit down with Steph Curry on our flight to Boston. Talk to Mark Spears, and we're going to look back at that game in San Antonio and the trip to the White House. Should be a fun show.
32 more, Tim, and you catch Vince Scully. Hang in there.
Got to vote for me, Dibs.
All right,
Let's
buddy.
back the vote.
No doubt. It'll be an election sensation once it happens again.
There you go.
Almost. That was close.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah. Tim, thanks.
Thanks, Tim.
Bye, guys.
All right, see you later.
He's
there
the best.
He is the best. Do you have a vote? You don't have a vote?
I don't have a
You
vote.
have a vote?
No, I'm kind of like the Mike Silver when it comes to these things. They don't want me to vote.
Biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
I just Googled it just to see, and I did see Kate Scott, 95.7 The Game, alum, friend of the program. She actually took 3 of my jobs that I had. She actually followed me 3 different times. So I always joke with her like, she's a job taker.
Who's the real trailblazer?
Exactly.
Am I right?
Yeah, if it wasn't for me, Scott, where would you be? No, but she won it last year, and Tim wins it this year. And so I just went back in history to see who else. And Vince Scully has won it 33 times.
Dibs, I'm actually shocked you haven't been nominated for one. You mean, who could forget this?
Coach, congratulations. And I guess if things go your way, we'll see you back here. 1 for the thumb, huh?
Yeah. Well, I don't need one. I only got 4 fingers, so I'm good.
I actually was the favorite that year until that happened. That happened in late December.
Listen, we play that a lot. I don't think we play it enough. It's really underrated. It's really incredible as a moment.
It's incredible. No, especially because you've done it.
Oh, my gosh.
You've done exactly what I was doing, sideline reporting.
Yes.
And so when I tell you that I committed the cardinal sin, you can appreciate it because as a sideline reporter, and I was doing the award presentation, which is basically the same thing. The golden rule is 2 questions. You get 2 questions.
If you're lucky.
Well, normally like the Popovich sideline. Question 1, question 2, good luck, back to you. I went for a 3rd question, and that was my 3rd question.
And that's why you haven't been nominated?
Yeah, I was the leader in the clubhouse until the 1 for the thumb.
By the way,
lost it.
I mean, quite frankly, I don't want you to feel bad about that.
I don't.
Quick aside before we get back to Cowboys and Niners, to me, that's the greatest moment in the history of sideline reporting. Not because you're my friend and my partner and it makes me laugh.
It makes everyone laugh.
Nothing ever comes from the sideline interview. Ever.
Right.
I've said this 100 times. I actually wish it would go away. Hey, John Harbaugh, stop being a jerk.
What are you doing?
Like, you don't just if you're going to act like that to Melissa Stark, who's a longtime pro, if you're going to act like that, just tell the network no and take your fine or whatever. Just no. If you're literally like, so here's the deal. I'm not only not going to say anything, I'm going to get annoyed when you ask me to say something, and then I'm going to get to the point where I have to act like a jerk and make you feel bad for even asking me the questions that you're supposed to ask. Well, then what are we doing here?
Well, and I hate to defend Harbaugh's in general because they're indefensible, but her first question was a bad question. What did you think of that penalty? How is he supposed to answer that question when she asks him, what did you think of that penalty? Is he supposed to say, I thought that the side judge nailed it. I thought that the trajectory on the yellow hanky was beautiful. It was majestic.
Who knows?
I thought it was a good call.
Maybe he'll answer it. Maybe he'll say it was a bad call.
Of course, the answer is exactly what he gave, which is, I didn't like it.
Right. Okay.
Next question.
Okay, but that's not the part where he was a jerk. He was a jerk at the end.
She opened him up with a question that he had no way to answer other than to be a jerk. And then he did double down on his jerkery.
See, I didn't feel the first answer was jerky. I really did. Spadone, do you have it? See if you can find it. No rush. I know we're throwing this at you organically here, but I want people to hear it so that they can sort of weigh in on the. I didn't feel like he was being a jerk with his first answer. I felt it was at the end when he was kind of like, okay. You know what I mean? Like it was almost like, get out of here with your questions. Look, as a reporter, you don't know what the person is going to say. And so fall back on going to the thing that the viewers are thinking about. Even if it is a question that you think, okay, maybe they can't answer it, maybe they won't answer it, but let's find out. Okay, do we have it right now? This is John Harbaugh, Ravens game, Melissa Stark over the weekend.
Think about that last penalty.
Well, I didn't like the last penalty.
And so what will you tell your guys defensively?
We'll be fine. Our guys will be fine. It's going to be a hard-fought game out here. We're going to play a good game.
And Tyler Huntley with that interception, you said we might see Anthony Brown. What will that take?
We'll just see how the game goes, okay? Thanks.
Thanks, John.
I don't think that's him being a jerk.
The Tyler Huntley thing at the end is literally the question that should be asked.
And so what's he supposed to say? If he makes one more mistake, I'm pulling him.
No,
he's not going to give an answer there.
They weren't. They first of all, this was a report that had come out prior to the game. You might use both quarterbacks.
Right.
It's a bunch of ways to answer that. First of all, game flow, Melissa, is going to determine that. We'll see. You could even be like, look, that's a strategic thing. I don't necessarily want to go into that. But we'll just see how the game goes. Okay, thanks. You don't need to get sarcastic, dude.
Well, I mean,
she's doing her job.
And he gave the most honest answer that he could.
You don't need to be a jerk.
We'll see how the game goes.
If he said it like that, it would have been fine. We'll just see how
And
the
he
game
definitely
goes.
mumbled some expletives after he left.
He gave a, okay, thanks.
Well, and I think that the greater point is you're putting these coaches in a very bad spot. I think, because
I agree.
You're in the heat of the game, the emotions of the game, and she opens up with, "What did you think of that last penalty?" Well, Melissa, I actually loved it because when my team has self-inflicted wounds, it actually makes me feel good as a masochistic head coach.
Okay.
Next question.
If you're saying this is putting a coach in a bad spot, and I don't terribly disagree, then you're also putting the reporter in a bad spot because what you're telling me is what we actually want to know. They can't answer. And actually, I think there's some truth to that, which is why sideline interviewing should go away unless it's Dan Dibley and people who are missing certain parts of their bodies.
That was a post-game.
That is the whole... Right.
That was me asking a coach post-game because he had won 4.
Right.
The great Roger Canepa, Central Catholic in Modesto. And I don't believe that he actually did get one for the thumb. And if he did get a 5th, it wouldn't go on that same hand because he only has 4 fingers. And the beauty of that moment, Mark, as we bring it back to me, is you actually see on the video when he goes, yeah. Well, I only got 4 fingers. And he slowly raises his hand, and he's got 4 fingers. And you see me, I'm holding the mic. I got gloves on. It's freezing at the old Snub Hub Center down in Carson, California. And I look at his hand, and I look at the camera, and I look back at his hand, and then I look back at the camera, and I say, well, there you have it, Steve.
There you have it.
Steve Quiss, the great Southern California anchor play-by-play guy. Well, Steve, you heard it here. 4 fingers and 4 rings. Back to you, Steve.
You could have fired back. Hey, coach, don't you have another hand?
Wow, dude, in the moment, all I could look at was the stump. And so I go home that night, and all I could think about is, should I have known that the coach had 4 fingers?
I'm gonna say no.
4.
I'm gonna say no.
I start Googling it, Mark. Roger Canepa accident. Roger Canepa 4 fingers, and I find it, Mark. I find it.
Yeah, but
it was a woodworking accident from 2005. I should have known.
That's not game prep.
It is game prep.
No, it had nothing to do with the game.
The fact was out there. I should have known it.
I'm defending
Much like
you.
Melissa Stark should have known that John Harbaugh was not going to be happy about the penalty.
What was the coach's name? What was his name?
Roger Canepa.
Hey,
He's a legend.
Roger, do you or do you not have a thumb?
Oh, he got 1.
Okay.
Maybe. I didn't look at his other hand.
1 for the thumb. You didn't say 2 for the thumbs. 1 for the thumb. Raj. Okay?
Yeah.
Stop being so hard on yourself. You did a great job.
And I think the beauty of the whole thing is, and Spinoni loves to play the, yeah. That's the best part.
Okay.
Because he can barely contain himself because he's about to blow my career out of the water.
And look, you ended up here.
Yeah, boy.
All right. Thank you, Tim Roy. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Also, the road to Glendale begins now. Brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Let's get into it. Your call's next. 888-957-9570. The Dallas Cowboys haven't beaten the 49ers in the playoffs in 29 years. They haven't been to a Super Bowl in 28 years. Yet everyone's all freaked out and scared of them. So why? Where does your Cowboy hatred actually come from? And for me, I have to point to one specific former Cowboy. And this is not going to be easy to say, but I got to say it because you know me, Dibs. I like to keep it 100.
You keep it real,
right.
Mark.
So that's how we do it here on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah.
John Lynch, GM of the 49ers, joins us here in the Morning Roast. Can you take us through the negotiations or how that trade transpired to get Christian McCaffrey midseason? Because you guys haven't looked back with Christian McCaffrey.
You know, you start thinking, wow, if there's a guy to go get, this is a guy who could, the word we kept using was unlock what we do and make us even more tough to deal with. The productivity's been great. It's really been a nice deal for this organization.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events. Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Stock up on GE Sync Reveal 60-watt dimmable smart LED light bulbs for just $9.98 each. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/12 to 1/18.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
So check this out. Welcome in, y'all. John Lynch was on with the roast. We'll have some of that in a little bit. Bob Myers is going to be on with Steiny and Goo. Steve Kerr is going to be on with Damon and Ratto. And guess who else? Guess who else is going to be on with Damon and Ratto?
The playmaker, Michael Irvin.
My disdain for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I should lay out here. That way we can record this and play it back for him. All right, let's start over. 3, 2, and 1. Here's Mark Willard with his disdain. Why do you hate the Cowboys, Mark?
My disdain for the Dallas Cowboys started with Michael Irvin.
Oh, my God.
Okay? Now, playmaker, this, in the end, and I bet he would take it this way, is a compliment.
Don't go soft.
No, I'm not going soft.
We want this to go viral. We want them to play this for him. Come hard, Willard.
That Spider-Man celebration thing in the end zone that you used to do, combined with all of the different things, the showmanship, the in-your-face that was Michael Irvin, as a mid-'90s college student. That was my age at the height of Emmett and Michael Irvin and Troy Aikman. That bravado, that sort of only blockade to Steve Young and George Seifert 49ers being the deal, that was a seed that was planted in my gut.
Oh, my God.
And it grew, and it grew, and it grew, and it didn't finally really calm down until the 38-28 victory in the playoffs by the 49ers over the Cowboys that led to Steve Young's championship. Only then did it calm down a little bit. But when that man scored a touchdown and went into his spidey senses,
get him.
It made me want to throw up. It made me want to throw a remote at the television set.
Michael Irvin made you want to throw up. That's what we need to get to, Mark. Let's stop going Sunset Magazine and Home and Garden and talk about planted seeds. Let's bury this guy. He's a cowboy. It's Cowboy Week. Don't sugarcoat it. Michael Irvin makes you sick. He did then, and he does now. When you tune in today at 5 o'clock, you're going to have a barf bag because Michael Irvin makes you barf. Makes you barf chunks. Chunky, messy puke all down your face, Michael Irvin. That's what you do to my partner. You make him sick. Yeah, diarrhea too. He makes you go high-low, out the top and out the bottom. Michael Irvin, you make me sick. I'm Mark Willard. Normally I sound with a deeper voice than that. But you know what, Michael? You go ahead and record this for Damon and Ratto. Michael, when you come on, you make me sick. I'm Mark Willard.
What happened to you?
Isn't that better?
What happened to you as a kid? What?
You want to know what happened to me?
What? Gosh, you
want to know what happened to me, Mark?
You really love the drama. You love the hatred. You love the controversy.
Are you prepared
Mark,
to do about
I lived in a house with 3 older siblings. We had 1,000 square feet and 3 bedrooms. The princess, the queen, the caner, Hurricane Gale, she got her own room. I shared a room with an older brother, 6 years older, and an older brother, 4 years older. We had a bunk bed.
Okay.
Doug on the top, Mike on the bottom, me in a trundle bed, which was a drawer.
I know what a trundle is. Yes.
Many, many mornings.
You slept in a drawer.
I was pushed in, Mark. I had my bed pushed in. So I would wake up.
Like you were in a mausoleum where you're still alive.
I was 5 years old, and I'd be trundled back in, and I would look out the crack, crying and screaming, and my two brothers would be on their bellies, laughing and pointing. That's what happened to me, Mark.
Everything just changed for me for reasons that you don't even realize. Like, yes.
Oh, Michael Irvin, you made me mad.
No, he made
Spider-Man.
Yeah, he made me.
Get him.
No.
Let's go.
No, I don't want to get him. I did want to get him.
He made you sick.
Oh, he's one of the great stories of how somebody sort of like, it was almost Richard Sherman-esque. Like Richard Sherman, when he said, Crabtree, mediocre receiver. I was like, oh my God, I want to climb through a television set. I wanted to strangle him. I had the willies. Like, absolutely don't ever show your face on my television set again. And then 8 years later, I'm at Levi Stadium screaming and yelling as he picks off Kirk Cousins. Yay! Niners! It's weird. And Michael Irvin is one of those dudes where, like, now I love listening to him talk, but dude, I hated that guy. But you totally diverted me because you just did something that I don't think has ever happened in the history of this show.
What did I do? Wait,
did you just send a comment to me on YouTube? I'm looking at the YouTube feed right now, and all I see is a comment that comes up that says, "Go hard, Mark." And I looked at it, and I go, "Oh, who sent that?" Dan Dibley.
Yeah, that was me.
Are you writing notes to me? I'm sitting right here.
I'm having a hard time reaching you.
You could talk directly to. I'm right here.
And I did, Mark.
That's like texting me that dinner's ready when I'm in the next room. I'm sitting right here. Just say, "Go hard, Mark."
The millennial generation, Gibbs, I appreciate it.
What the hell was that? You're 50.
I tried to tell you that, Mark. I'm 54. I tried to get you to go hard.
Don't you tell me what to do.
Okay.
Don't you tell me what to do, or I'll go hard after you.
Hey.
I'll write you a note in YouTube right now.
Do it. Hey, Michael, this is Mark, and you used to make me sick, but now you're on with Damon and Ratto, and I love my station. So can I have your autograph?
At Dan Dibley.
Let's go. Come at somebody.
Calm down. There.
Mark is hard.
I wrote you a note.
Mark is going so hard from San Jose Jazz fan.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Calm down.
You know what I'm going to respond with?
Obviously.
Don't tell me to calm down. Hashtag Steiny.
Obviously, this has gone a way that we did not foresee.
Of course.
I did not know you were going to start writing me notes in YouTube.
I was more like trying to encourage the audience to get ready for you going hard. Spinoni, don't cut anything that Mark said.
No.
That was the home and garden version of going hard on Cowboys Week.
But the whole go hard thing, that was your bit. I don't
Get
want
at somebody.
He
makes you sick.
That's where it started.
Okay.
Do you have athletes that when you look at them on the screen, you're just like, I got a few right now. Chris Paul. Dude, play basketball. Stop playing a game of let's get the ref to think something happened that didn't happen.
I have the same feeling about James Harden.
You're exactly right.
Totally.
And when they played together, it was a barf bag. Like, my God, you are way too good for that. And oh, by the way, you're the Coach K of basketball players. In other words, like Kobe Bryant, you knew he was ripping his teammates in the locker room. Did you all know that Chris Paul does the exact same thing, but you don't know it? Coach K is a poor man's Bob Knight. From everything I've ever been told, he's the exact same guy.
He's from the Bob Knight coaching tree.
Just does a lot better job of not doing it in front of cameras. Chris Paul's the exact same way. Teammates have despised playing with him for years.
Does he make you sick, Mark?
He makes me sick.
Let's go. Go hard, Mark. Hold on, let me write that.
CP3 and me, get the hell out of here. Get off my television set. But Michael Irvin.
Oh, but those insurance company ads. He's so clever.
Get out of here.
He's so fun.
No, I'm fine with it. Yeah, Cliff Paul's fine. But Chris, dude, be better.
For me, there wasn't any one Cowboy like Roger Staubach. Staubach, whatever. I was raised to appreciate what he had done, the military background, the square jaw, Tom Landry with the nifty hat. And the Cowboys were damn good. They were efficient. Too Tall Jones was a player who, as a kid, I didn't hate, but it was like, man, why don't we have a 6'10" guy who can just wreck shop? Randy White was nasty. Everson Walls was legit. I hated the Cowboys in totality as a kid. There wasn't any one individual like Michael Irvin who made you sick.
Who's your Dodger?
Physically ill.
Who's your Dodger? Steve
Who's
Sachs.
your Dodger?
Steve Sachs, Mike Marshall.
See, I'm from the...
Don't even be on my TV set.
I'm from a little bit of an older vintage where it was the Garvey Dodgers.
Garvey was on those teams?
Yeah. It was Garvey.
Steve Garvey.
It was Garvey with those gigantic forearms. And
did you just want to reach in your TV and mess that hair up?
Yeah,
like, get
totally.
a hair out of place for crying out loud. You had a helmet on. Why do you take a helmet off and you look like a Ken doll?
The only time I ever hated a penguin was Ron Say. How do you hate penguins, right?
Ron Say, see, he didn't bother me.
Yeah, okay.
Because he was a penguin. He's over there all squatted up there in the batter's box. Say didn't bother me. But hell, Mike Marshall and Steve Sachs and Steve Garvey and Mickey Hatcher. Good God.
Okay.
Mike Socha, get out of here with
How about
these
Oral
guys.
Hershiser, Forever Giant?
Attaboy, Bulldog. Attaboy. Get out of here. Just gross. Absolutely gross.
Did he make you sick, Mark?
Yeah, he did. Dibs. He did.
Well, let's get him on the air and you can just bury him.
Oh, we're not going to get Lasorda on the air. I'm pretty sure.
I hope Michael Irvin's listening to this segment. Were you?
Yeah,
I admire you.
You're fine now.
Okay,
You're fine
good
now. He's
God.
funny. He's entertaining. He's entertaining.
This segment brought to you by Foster Freeze. Don't miss the soft serve.
Wait a minute. Can't you like someone as a broadcaster, but you hated him as a player?
Yes.
You got anybody else like that? I love Michael Irvin as a broadcaster. I did not like Michael Irvin as a player, but it's because he's a Cowboy, and he was the one in the end zone most. I didn't like Emmitt Smith either. Right?
Richard Sherman for me is the full boomerang where hated him as a Seahawk.
Then you liked him.
And now I can't stand him again. It's a full boomerang.
Shut the hell up.
Richard Sherman, just the classic, he ruins Aaron Andrews and he just was so anti-media. And now that the career's over, hi, look at me.
Yeah.
I'm in the media. Get out of here with that.
I mean,
It's a fraud.
You're trying to make some bucks, man. Everybody trying to make some bucks.
I'm sure he needs it, too.
Tony Romo's a guy I like a lot better as a broadcaster than I did as a player. And I know I know people got opinions about Tony Romo as a broadcaster.
The bloom is off the rose, that broadcasting career.
Well, I don't, is it?
Yes.
Really?
If you look
He's
at
doing
the general perspective of Tony as a broadcaster, his first year, oh my God, this guy's a savant.
Well, yeah,
he's
because he was
calling plays.
predicting plays.
Oh, those dimples. He's so handsome. He's so great. You ask people now, it's like, Tony Romo, you stink.
He ain't going anywhere, though. He's
No, but he's
going to be
not.
CBS's #1 team.
But stock down on Tony Romo.
I hear you. I
if
agree.
he's a stock, he's Tesla.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead and Google Tesla.
Which is still really expensive.
Well, Tesla was up to about $800 a share.
Yep.
Now it's about $110.
Yeah.
And I have to Google exactly where it is, but Tony Roma is Tesla, and I'm going to give myself a 4 for that. You can't do that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do it. You get a 1. You get a 1 for your 4. Are we really
127.47 for Tesla, and it peaked at
What did it peak at?
I guess 371, so not
Okay.
that high.
All right.
Whatever.
So, gee,
He's Tony Romo.
You're prone to hyperbole, I guess. Just a little bit.
Tony Romo is Tesla. I stand behind it.
All right.
Yeah.
Are we really going to have this conversation on Niners-Cowboys week in the playoffs for the 9th time ever? And our first call of the day that we take, by the way, at 888-957-9570 is in Dallas. It's Charles. Is this Charles Haley in Dallas? Charles, welcome to the show. What are you doing?
I drive for FedEx, and I'm taking a 30-minute break to talk to y'all before I get back to delivering to these wonderful Cowboy fans.
Wonderful Cowboy fans. There's 3 words that don't belong in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Well, look, I know you guys talking about, where does the hatred come from? So, I'm 32 years old, getting ready to be 33. So, for me, the Cowboys dynasty of the 90s, I was pretty young for that. Half my family's from Portland, Oregon. The other half of us are from Dallas, whatnot. So most of my family are Seahawks fans because geographically they're the closest NFL team to Portland. And then for me being a Dallas Cowboys fan, so for me, the frustration, not necessarily hating anybody in particular, but, for me watching those 49ers, it was those Jeff Garcia years with T.O. on the team. So seeing, and for us, we were going through those Dave Campbell years of 5-11, 5-11, 5-11. Then Troy Aikman retired. Then we went through Chad Hutchinson, Chad Hutchinson and Quincy Carter. We didn't know who our QB was going to be. And then somehow we squeaked out a playoff berth in 2003 somehow with Bill Parcells. So for me, the frustration came from we're not doing anything, but the 49ers can go up and down, have playoff success, go to the gutter, and then come back. Because it's happened in each decade, the 90s, 2000s, and the 2010s. And we're just kind of, we're glad if we get to a playoff and maybe get one win. But then after that, okay, we're satisfied. We've gotten our field. So it's not so much hate for the 49ers, more frustration with Jerry Jones and just the fact that everybody else has general manager and we're just stuck.
Yeah, so it sounds like jealousy. Say it, Charles. You're jealous of the 49ers.
It may be some envy there, but it's just it's not fun seeing teams pick high in the draft and then have playoff success and then scrap everything, start over, and then have playoff success while we're scared to do it. We are terrified to do it, and we won't. And until we get a real general manager and we get some new, fresh ideas, we're just, it is what it is. If you're a Cowboys fan like me, it is what it is. So, and from the other side of my family, being Seahawks fans, they got a Super Bowl recently, at least.
Man, Charles, you're from a Seahawks/Cowboys family. We're going to pray for you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you for all the delivering out there, even if you are delivering to Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
Feel free to drop a couple of those packages on your way, and I give you permission.
Or just write L on all the packages.
Ooh.
And you could deliver some L's.
Go hard, Mark. Go hard on that Dallas fan. I love it. I love it when you work blue like that. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, get him. By the way, since Dallas won the Super Bowl, and that was back in 95, they are 5-11 in the playoffs, and they have won 2 playoff games in a single season. A total of
how many times?
0 times.
They stink. That's kind of my premise. That's what I wanted to know, and why I'm asking this question for everybody today. Like, where did this come from? Because there have to be legions of you out there who are like, dude, the Cowboys have never been a threat in my life. 30 years since they've been to the Super Bowl, beating the 49ers in the playoffs, essentially. I know I'm adding a couple of years, but it's not even that. It's what you just said. They have not been
5 wins.
Nothing.
So they beat Tampa on the road on Monday night.
Right.
That was their first road playoff win since the conference championship game in San Francisco in 1995.
Unbelievable. And
28 years without a road playoff victory. You are irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Let me be clear. I'm not talking about this particular team. Like, they're good. Like, this is a hell of a game now coming up this weekend. I do think the 49ers win it, but Dallas they're a threat. I'm absolutely going to give them that. My larger thing, though, is what you just said. Since 1995, this team has been irrelevant. They have not been threatening. I can remember Tony Romo in a playoff game in Seattle dropping. He was the holder for an extra point.
Such a great one.
And they dropped it and lost a playoff game.
January 6th, 2007, the Seahawks win it 21-20. And that poor FedEx driver in a split household, half the room going crazy, half the room jumping out the window. Oh, my God.
But Tony Romo's entire career was defined by the lack of doing it in the big game. That was the rub on Tony Romo. So there have to be tons of you that if you're not 40 years old, you're not 45 years old, and if you hate the Cowboys, it's because somebody taught you to. Or you don't like Jerry Jones, or you don't like their logo or the overexposure. It is not based on, damn it, I hate that they always beat us. Like, your moms and dads, that's why they hate the Cowboys. They were the locked gate that kept the 49ers out of playoff success. But once we got to 1995, they haven't been in the way of anything.
At all. And
nothing.
Just one cleanup, and it's my mistake because I remember it the same way you remember it. That was not an extra point. That was a game-winning field goal. I just looked at the play-by-play. 4th and 1 from the 2.
Right, it was a chippy. It was a total
it was an extra point.
Yes.
4th and 1 from the 2, and the play-by-play says Tony Romo for no gain. Tony Romo fumbles, recovered by Tony Romo.
Tony Romo, but not in the end zone.
No.
That was an L. That was an L.
Last night took an L, but in 25 years we'll bounce back.
But did not bounce back.
Because I remembered it the same way as you.
I thought it
was.
And
I just looked up the play-by-play. Minute 19 to go, 4th and 1 at the 2, and the kicker, Martin Gramatica.
I learned a lesson that day because the reason I remember the game so well is my brother-in-law does it now. Gosh, now I know how long this pool's been going. My brother-in-law does a playoff pool. And I do think
16 years ago,
Seattle being at home was a mild favorite, if I remember correctly. But I thought Dallas was going to win. And I picked them. And as they lined up for that field goal, man, I was brushing the catbird seat off. I was cleaning it. I'm like, I'm going to beat you all in this pool.
Oh, boy.
Because I got the upset. And they lined up, and the ball goes right through Tony Romo's hands.
Dan Dibley here, squirt.
And I'm sitting there looking at a 21-20 L, and I learned a lesson that day. Don't you ever pick the Dallas Cowboys to do anything.
I thought you were going to hit me with you got to play all 4 quarters.
No.
I think you're going to hit me with a classic, don't count your chickens.
I knew that you lose your soul when you root for the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Don't ever root for the Dallas Cowboys to do anything, even if it has nothing to do with the 49ers.
Yeah.
Ever.
And I gave you a good luck charm today before the show. For those of you who weren't in the green room, I was hitting balls with the great Luke Stoffenegger yesterday. And in our bucket of balls, he looks down and he sees a Titleist Pro V1 that's been repurposed with the number 13 on it.
Oh.
And he grabs it and he says, give this to your partner because Brock Purdy wears number 13.
Sure
and
does.
so you've got yourself a Pro V1, heavily trafficked, though it may be, but the number 13.
I definitely am someone who will make use of used balls. And you can do whatever you want with that. Yeah, I was like, I don't even know where this is going to go.
That.
Just cut it. I figured that'd be useful for you at some points, but don't. We get another Charles, but this one is here in the Bay, damn it. Charles in South City, next up, Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Charles?
Nothing much. Willard, listen to my 2 best guys on the air. How are you guys?
My dude.
Better now.
My disdain for the Cowboys, as you know, I'll be honest with you. I called in the past and said I was a Seahawks fan. But I got to put my 2 cents in. My disdain for the Cowboys is that dang logo, that big old blue star, the quote, America's team, Jerry Jones, the fan base, just everything about that franchise. So they're just overrated. They overhype themselves every year saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. But they haven't been to a Super Bowl in years now, have they? Now, Dibbs, in your words, they stink.
Thank you, Charles. It's Steiny's words that I've co-opted, but thank you for the nod there.
That's the word that resonates for me when we think about this. Overexposure. I really think that's all this is. Normally, for instance, you'll love this story. My mom, she's 78 years old.
Ellen Willard.
She's got a thing about Tom Brady, and not the thing that many women do have for Tom Brady. The opposite. She is sick of him. She does not want him on her television set.
Ellen Willard
ever
down
again.
On Tommy?
She said a
Peninsula on Peninsula crime.
She went right over me and texted directly to the lovely Christy on Monday night. Bye-bye, Tom. You got 78-year-old female trash talk when Tom Brady got eliminated from the playoffs. She can't stand him. Why? Because he's always there and he's always winning. That's overexposure, but it's overexposure due to success. The Cowboys are fake overexposure, forced overexposure. They're not overexposed because they're successful. They're just overexposed because they're there. And that's what I really like. Yes, I was born long enough ago to have this actually be a thing that was on the field in the 80s and the 90s. But since then, my disdain for the Cowboys has never waned, and that's why. You're telling us every week, Fox, that this is America's game of the week so that the New York Giants can take on the 6-7 Dallas Cowboys? Why am I supposed to care about this? You're irrelevant. You're totally irrelevant, yet you are in our faces all the damn time.
Because it moves the needle, and it's whatever the algorithm, and you mentioned Colin Cowherd before, or maybe Joe was mentioning Colin Cowherd and the algorithm. It's the nature of, what teams really move the needle. And in baseball, it is the Yankees, and I know they're from the biggest market, but also the casual fan, if you talk about the Yankees, people are going to be interested. The Lakers are another team. And the Dallas Cowboys, for whatever reason, and I think it is the logo, they're from a big market, and historically, they have a lot of success. They and the Niners have won the third most Super Bowls ever at 5, so historically, they have been successful.
Been a long time, though. Get geared up for these playoffs if you haven't already. Check out our merch shop, 957thegameshop.com. Relevant T-shirts, DPOY shirts, used Titleist 13 golf balls. I'm kidding on that part, but go to 957thegameshop.com. Get all your gear. The road to Glendale begins now. Brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Your phone calls. How was this born? Where did it go? Why do you hate the Cowboys so much? Plus, we'll enter. Brian brought us into the conversation. He is from enemy territory. We go behind enemy.